Hey, Twisted, as long as you don't like me, I can be late because I know you don't like me. So, because you claim I'm Dutch half the time. No, everyone, good morning. We just had a little behind the scenes we had to take care of. It's kind of like those big productions because we are very professional and we were talking about will it be Mo and Salbert doing the reading of the BDMS DOMS Sergeant stuff, or will it be Jamie and I who will be pretending to be, who was it,
Well,
Scarlett Johansson?
Jesus,
so
what
if I
was
can
that?
get the camera to work and my mic, I have all of the players in the Faithless Shenanigans written down.
It should be Mo and Sal. That's what it should be.
Let's be honest. Yeah. There's a lot going on in that. Like I have let's see, evil Jamie, not this Jamie, was multi-level marketing his wife. So
hmm
that was awesome. He also thinks fevers are super hot, which
Well, it's because the secretions have to be hot.
Jesus Christ.
Just while you fix all the thingy things, I'm just gonna do the opening bit. Hey, Dennis, and yeah, everyone, if you need a little business fix, go help out the expert. And even if you're
yes,
just thinking, well, I don't need a business fix, but I like
he
to
could
support uh, a smaller YouTuber, go and give him a like, maybe a subscription. He is just a dude on the internet being a dude on the internet, and he's a cool dude.
he is.
Morning Murph, Reindeer, Salbert, Sergeant Dom. Yeah, maybe that's your new YouTube channel.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe. Mass is here all the way from Sjælland. Twisted, just to annoy me, but you're here. Lefty, good morning. Thank you for turning up the game this morning. Hello, Pixie. Welcome. Yeah, why can't we just have live chat as the default? I hate that top chat, and
Oh,
especially on my phone. On some channels, on the experts channel, I can't turn it to live chat on
thank you
my
for reminding me
phone.
about that.
Yeah, you better smash that like. Not so much on my channel, but on Mo's channel, because she's doing all the heavy lifting. She sat through the 2 hours of talk about, is this a message? Yeah. Did you get this message? Yeah. And then she got 2 hours of smexiness.
Yeah. We definitely need to
It's always
find
the ones you don't need
we
smexiness
need to
from.
find her Kindle list, and I need to make sure I'd never read any of those books
Yeah, I'm
because
gonna spank you with a baguette.
well, that'll keep
But,
you low carb.
and if any of you need a $250 course on how to make a baguette and spank someone with it, maybe even a little light shabusinessing and Jody hole, we can fix that too.
Okay.
It's life. I was going to save the farting, cats for when I was monetized as a whole new segment, but I love you guys so much that I want you to be involved in all the flatulence of my house. Yeah, it's gonna look. The littlest, most feral did not have fun having to use the kitchen sink and then the hose to spray off the beanbag cover. So I think we may have learned our lesson until he said, "Well, can we get Thor a Happy Meal because he's sad?" So uh, repeat performance,
I'm not
possibly.
saying that that kid is going to ride the short bus, but
The problem is he's highly intelligent. He just
oh,
doesn't
that's the
use his
worst kind.
powers for good.
Yeah,
He's gone full Sith mode.
don't give him a magnifying glass because I heard some people go wrong with ants and magnifying when they're highly intelligent. Good morning, Indigo. Or
Good
good
morning, everyone.
what do you call the time between morning and noon?
Brunch?
No, yeah, no, but in Denmark we can say morning and midday, and between that we have before midday is a time.
You guys are hobbits?
Yeah, we are hobbits. That's around between 9 till 11 is formidday, before noon.
Well, Twisted, if he turns out like you, it'll be okay, because you're pretty funny. I just have to read your comments before I put them up.
I saw him on
they're-
rackets, so I wouldn't bet on it.
Well, I'm learning all the lessons. I'm learning when to pause, when to talk, when to, look at messages and read them before I put them up, because I'm like, oh, wait, possibly that was one that I could giggle about in chat, but possibly not put on.
And I can see you say that you drilled your own holes, and Mr. Mo doesn't know it. Hopefully, there's nothing behind that murder board.
No, it's attached with those L brackets because I didn't want a final destination myself. Although that would have been hilarious. I would have expected flowers, you guys, if I had
But you
died
had to
from the
have your
murder board.
camera on, so we can monetize it.
Just like Steve Gosney, just dump and out, and then feral the buffering noise possibly. As you can see, we have a very exhausted cat who's exhausted from being exhausted. I don't know.
Yeah. So use your stupidity for good. How should we read that one? I don't know.
Well, as long as he, behaves well in a chat somewhere someday.
Well, they can't do the time. They would get confused if we put in more ways to delineate what time of the day it is. But we say it's only morning up till 9 a.m.
Oh,
and then it's before midday, and then from midday till around 2 it's midday, and after 2 till 5 it's after midday. So it was just, we are very intelligent people. Good morning, Shaquille.
I love that name. I love it.
Yeah.
Genitals is still my favorite. I just have to say, best name
Shaquille
ever.
Oatmeal is a close runner-up to genitals.
Yes, it really is. I need to start learning all of these things.
You get all the new tech? I'm still on my old setup. I just got my camera because I took care of Molly.
I'm also afraid of tech. I have a Stream Deck that I have the instruction thing.
I want that, and the first thing I'll put on it is a little video Farrell sent me. So every time I maybe need to shut up someone or get a transition, I can have Mo leaning forward while the cat.
I'm done. I'm quitting YouTube.
It was so amazing that you're just leaning forward in exactly the same moment.
Yeah.
It was like you were gonna say something to the feral one, and you don't get this
Mr. Mo.
entertainment on the big channels.
Yeah, I told Mr. Mo, and he's like, "Well, it seems kind of par for the course." I was like, if I had dignity, I'd be really embarrassed.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, her reaction was off, so I definitely thought it was somebody else in the room.
Well, it was just like
the reaction was like, "Are you
Thor
serious?"
is feeling better. He got sick, and he then ate his dinner, and nothing crazy yet. So thank you for it. He's fine. Spam gummy bears and whatever the hell else that the feral one ate him or gave him.
Well,
seems to
go
be
round them
normal.
up, Farrell. You know where everyone is. I can't. Is and eyes. I can't get that right in my head.
Good morning, Murph's Turf and Pixie and Reindeer. Oh, and T-Ree.
Yeah,
Lefty.
T-Ree's too.
Yes, they do change. Where did past me think future me was going to remember where I put the remote?
And hopefully it wouldn't interfere too much with your camera if you set it to move or to blink or whatever.
Hopefully.
Because if I turn on my light in the back, it starts to flicker. Even
Well, let me see if
with my anti-flicker on, so I have to get some other light bulb that's on a different hertz.
it should be. Yeah, I need to figure out.
Did you write all that fun stuff down? Oh my god.
Yeah, I like. Oh, for God's sake!
You're the one who's arguing with people on work. I think we should use another font for the PowerPoint, and we could have
Yeah, I
more
need
text.
to figure out lighting that is. What did Mr. Mo call it? Oblique? I don't. Something that I can not have the.
Yeah,
There's
so
angles
you
and
throw
math
it against the
involved.
wall and it falls back on you. Indirect light. It make you softer. Or just do as I did. Use
In theory. So yeah, it
uh,
can change colors if I got the doodad right, but no.
yeah, and it messes with your autofocus and auto balancing every time. So
Yeah.
find one and stick to that.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Diffuse the lighting. It makes it so. I paid $20 for a ring light at a shitty store, and I know it's really harsh, and I can't really set it right. So
yeah,
when
I
we
have
make the $1 million on the Sarah Boom case, we'll get all the
that
lighting.
is we are totally waiting, Baker. You've got to check. Jamie has just free lash visits, and hopefully I just get like an assistant. That would be great.
Yeah,
It's just for like
and some lighting.
We can always hope.
Good morning.
yay. I told him that we were starting a trial.
Thank you so much. We're not starting a trial. I think we'll end state today. I haven't seen you in a while, Antron, but thank you for stopping by. It's always nice to have you come by. And you missed a really good trial.
He did miss the good parts.
He's on with rackets. He's big time now.
He's
He
recording,
don't remember us.
and he said he'll probably stream it some other time, but he's just recording it right now.
So Dave will be streaming today.
Oh, I don't know if it's today. He just said because
Is
I
he
told
live
him
now?
to.
Is Dave live?
No. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you. Stop it.
Is
Hey,
he covering
Wendy.
the trial?
He got me. He got me. He got me.
Hey, Lexi, welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Good morning. I don't think we've seen you on, or possibly. Very honest. I'm terror bad with names, so once I start to remember.
Yeah, some of the names you remember for different reasons. Some of them are fun. It's genitals, oatmeal. Some of them strike fear to your heart, like feral. Some of them you're always in that constant. Should I block him, Lefty? Or some of them you learn when they put on some funny comments or say hello every day. You get into it.
Yes.
Normally, I can't remember faces. And putting names and faces together is really hard. But watching all these different small pictures and the name, it sticks in my head way easier. I don't know why. Well, you are more than welcome, and hopefully we won't disappoint you. But Texas is a bit late today. It's 7 minutes past 10, and normally this judge is right on schedule. But he had a presentation he had to do this morning, so we're starting an hour late. And hopefully we'll get going. I think the state will be resting today. And of course, I forgot to say, just as yesterday, I'll be doing all the heavy lifting today. I just been to the gym, got ready. So I'll do the heavy lifting in the morning, and in the afternoon, Mo will take over, and we'll dual stream on both channels, just as we always do. I will probably be hanging out in chat, but it's just a a way to help each other out, so we don't have to sit here for the entire trial, because we get a bit sore in the buttocks when we are sitting here. So Mo will be lead streamer in the afternoon, and I'm the button pusher this morning. So we'll be doing as we've been doing the other days, so I don't have to stay up till past midnight.
Yep.
All of the shenanigans. Hopefully we won't. Did they finish with Mr. Sharp dressed yesterday?
It seemed as though they did, but I may or may not have been giggling and egging Jamie on with the oh god, was it the thwart? Did we finally settle on thwart
I
as
think
the
that's
word?
Thorn.
The thwart video.
Yeah.
And Cern was helping by keeping us way off track. So
Yeah.
it is very possible that they did finish up and we were unaware.
I went back
Sorry.
and looked, and we only missed like a minute, and then they were done. So.
Yeah, but
Because
because I went in to see what he said about what time they'll start today, and they went to a sidebar, and you went to Ship Business, and then I had to go and see it on the other channel.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry.
No, it's fine,
Wasn't
because
anything. Thought he was done.
people were asking for the
Yes,
shenanigans.
I am trying to do what the people said.
Always do what the people said. Unless it's Søren, then don't do what the people say.
Sal, that's a bit of an overstatement. Let's be
Yeah.
you were
okay.
the more adulty of the group, but full on adult and mature.
Well,
Mo, you're so sweet, because I don't agree at all. Sal was the worst.
Well, considering
if you
my
make that
adultiness
into-
was low.
if you make that into kilos, that's probably closer to 125. That's like nothing. That was like me in kindergarten.
Yeah.
No gym live stream. Farrell, you can't handle all of this, man.
He had to do good girl, bad girl, and no one
No,
wants
that was
to film
yesterday.
that.
Leg day yesterday. Back and by today. So yesterday I was doing all my good girl, bad girls. Today I was just working the guns, aiming the gun show. We are going to Texas, so I
Ooh.
thought I'll better get the guns ready. And I have the inflammation in the. It's annoying. The tennis elbow or whatever it's called. So I can't lift anything. I'm weak. I'm old. I'm breaking down every time I go to the gym.
Oh.
Oh.
Sal, if that was the case, the stream would have been needed.
I was surprised the entire stream wasn't yeeted with just what the prosecutor and sharp dressed man were having to say.
If I heard
was-
one more, I was gonna freak out.
If I saw the man inwardly cringe one more time and a little bit of his soul dying,
Farrell, can you go and get the clip from yesterday where the prosecutor did he write, I got the new BDSM gear, and she said in the most flat, most, I don't know, emotionless voice ever, instantly wet over here. I was just, never have a boner been killed faster than that. If you were getting into it and think, well, okay, if I can take the mental image out of how these two people were looking, I could put J-Lo and ScarJo into this. Maybe I could get a little fun time out of this. And then she just said, instantly wet over here.
yeah, those two were. I do wonder what he screwed up, or was he like, no, you guys, I'll take one for the team. I'm getting ready to retire. Or I just got a new suit. I have to go to court. I don't know what they bribed him with this particular case, because listen, someone had to take these emails and
yeah. That's 56 kg. That's not a lot.
Oh, good job mathing.
Well, if anything, there's clips in Discord. You can always play them while we're waiting.
We wouldn't be
Oh, no.
playing clips in Discord because that would just be mean.
I think we have an age that's 16 or something. Significant.
I will get Thor and
Thanks,
I will
Pharaoh.
up and I will Photoshop him in a cone of shame or possibly natural gas by Thor. I don't know. It will be a thumbnail. Thor is now.
Thanks for the like, Jungmin. Thanks for the drive-by. Oh,
But,
on,
no, I'm
Texas.
sorry. If you're on mute, that's kind of on you. We can't play it again. There's a law. Jamie won't survive. We already worked our abs so much yesterday laughing at I'm 100% master, 100% awesome, 100% furry. It was like when
it was just what we waited for.
When your grandma, gives you this book that she's been reading and you realize it's pretty smucksy and you're like, Grandma, I mean, this is good, but still, no.
Yeah, and she just bought it because Fabio was on the cover. And that open shirt. How are we're always talking about women have these hard ideals to live up to. I had to go out and meet ladies back in the 90s. Fabio was a thing in the 90s. I never had pecs or any abs. I was born weighing more than 5 kilos. That's over 10 pounds.
Yeah.
So I'm a big guy.
I was about to say, your mom flowers every day for the rest.
You can't really tell it, but she broke my collarbone, so I got a messed up collarbone because of it. And I didn't make myself.
She did. She must have about it.
She must have been eating too much. I couldn't exercise in there. But again, I had to compete with the guys from Backstreet Boys and Fabio and all of them. But no, it's the ladies who have unrealistic things to live up to.
We do.
Yeah, we do too.
So do men.
Have you seen Chris Hemsworth? Have you seen Chris Hemsworth in a Marvel movie?
Yeah.
Funnily enough, as all the female superstars get older, their suits get more and more covering. Chris Hemsworth is almost naked in every one. Even the last one, he was totally naked.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Well, I mean, it's the only reason to watch the first season of The Witcher. I don't know what you're talking about. There's a book or something?
Yeah, Henry, you just had to bring Henry Cavill up because it's so easy to compare to him.
He's a nerd and he's cute.
I know.
And he knows all the lore and he built his own computer. I'm just saying.
That's a high standard. Yeah.
Baker's leaving. Baker's like, I'm out. I've annoyed Baker already.
You're
Baker,
just as good.
Yeah, you're super silver fox. If I were not married with 6 children and living in America and a couple other things, I mean, we would be a totally great couple.
Yeah, and the Riders of the Apocalypse and the Flying Pigs and everything.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but again, yeah. So every time oh, we got a new one.
Oh, exit.
Fine. Ooh.
Something is happening finally. But no, it was all the I would say the first couple of hours after you took over yesterday, they were boring. We have to admit that because they was just laying foundation. And then all the fun part starts. Yeah, I'm done.
It was really sharp. It wasn't like they didn't say, okay, we're going to start going into these and, not trigger warning, but I'm fairly sure that there was one daughter in there. And, as the prosecution, I would have maybe sent one of the baby lawyers back and said, hey, look, I don't know how you feel about knowing that your dad is a daddy dom, but and he wants a little girl, but well, not a little, but just
And again,
I know.
remembering her mugshot where she looks kind of like a melted candle. Did she really get him by the lady angle, or did he see? Did he know how she looked? She sent him all the vacation photos, but those were a couple of years old.
Yeah, but she did look like crap in her mugshot, but she kind of looked the same in those pictures she was sending.
Yeah, but again, when
And they
you're
were full-
smiling and happy and do the angles with some other person, you can hide a couple of pounds. I've done it.
Yeah, but maybe he liked it. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if he like. Yeah, I don't know where he would like to, but he liked to fill up stuff, the gas tank or something with hot gasoline or something. Oh yeah, that hearing is about him wanting to be able to have parole. I only saw snippets about that, but yeah, some of those again going in and doing stuff like that. You're not just you haven't woken up on the wrong side of the bed that day. You've been sitting wrong on the pot. I don't know what you call it for babies learn to go to the toilet. You've been sitting wrong since then.
Yeah, Dave's probably going to do a stream on it at some point, so it'll be good to watch.
So I don't know.
I think we haven't aged at 60.
I give up. Well, it's been lovely.
Thank you, Farrell.
Internet. Mr. Mo will be super happy because he'll get to use this for gaming.
Yeah.
You need the full.
It is what it is. Like I said, as a boy mom, if that had been me, I'd been super proud because that was loud and proud. But it was my stupid cat.
Yeah. Yep. Again, all the flexing and all the turning the body so you can have the butt and the boobs in the same picture. Ladies are weird. We like to watch them, but they're weird.
Yeah, I can confirm.
Yeah.
Facts are in evidence.
I don't see the point in doing all that shit anyway, because if you're gonna really meet these people, they're gonna see you.
Yeah, but it's kind of like Ricada told about this guy who figured out how to get women. It's get the V shape and be able to wear a tight shirt. Because at the time the ladies like to take off the shirt, she was looking at you a floppy stomach and thinking, well, we got this far. So
Has anyone ever tried wine?
And has anyone ever?
But then you can get into all kinds of trouble. Even
one
time you use
Rohypnol? Something.
Exactly.
We all are butchering this name.
Yeah, and then you're a creep. It's just faster than wine.
Maybe just don't live in their attics, or do live in their attics. I mean,
look, maybe buy 2 fireplaces.
I know, that's what I'm saying. The fireplace is a good idea. Send electric. Oh, are they started?
No. I just remembered because I wasn't watching. You and Sal covered the hearing, I believe, with that one. Did the mom acknowledge he had a micropene?
No, she was speaking in Spanish and the aunt was translating for her. But she was very upset. You could tell she was horrified. So she didn't really say that. She said, he was a good boy. This has been a terrible experience. He's very lonely. He kind of stood up and then he said, I'm just really, really lonely. And I wouldn't have maybe put that in my thing. I would have just said, I'm very sorry. This obviously is an issue. But I'm hoping that he gets a lot of therapy. I don't know how the prison system therapy thing works, but he has a chance to really, with what he was facing,
he and the lie
registry.
girl, they need some counseling. And that's really interesting that life without parole isn't on the table. Yeah, and Crumbly, yeah, that seems like a really one. That's the one with the parents is doing time too because of the pew-pews he got the hold of, and I'm sorry, I don't know the American system. I'm a layman is as far as I go in the Danish system, which is our juror, but sentencing someone for the acts of others if they didn't willfully participate in it by giving him it and say, "Go do that, son," or and the evidence that he wrote something on something, I just I don't like that one.
That
Can I
or that's
well, it's just like when they were trying to get the Parkland guy on child neglect. It doesn't match. I can understand the drive and want to have justice, but you're over punishing people for things that probably won't stand and will be appealed if they even pass through. It seems like a waste of time to me, but I am not a lawyer.
No, and again, it's as I've said before, when politics go into the court system, it's rarely a good idea. Yes, I have the full one too, but I just think those 2 seconds are the funniest one because then you can hear my stupid voice again. We
yeah.
all
We
are.
start
We
doing
all
things
float
like
down
that
here.
though, and we start punishing people for acts of another when they weren't participating. That's just gonna it's gonna become really messy. And then you're giving the state way too much control over
Yeah, that's kind of what
like
scary is.
think
That's
if it was
proof
you
of
and you were in that situation. That's scary.
Okay, yeah, it says rehab. Danish is råhypnol. It says easier for me to say because when I'm asking my pharmacist for it on a Friday night, I would never. It's a joke, YouTube.
they're
This
out
is
of chloroform.
it's so messy to get off your hands.
Oh, I didn't get a
Mauricio,
chemistry set for.
who's
Yeah,
this one?
that's
You talked about this Mauricio yesterday. I don't know who he is.
he was the not stalker attic dweller.
Oh, I never got his name. I just got a creep in the attic.
I may or may not have called him Mexican Harry Potter and or Katie Lang because he resembled greatly both of them.
Yeah, Jungmin, I think you could fix him. He just needs some attention. He does. I don't even think he needs some physical attention. He just needs someone to listen to him, give him a hug every now and then, and pick up the phone when he's calling.
Okay, here's the problem with that. Then you end up with Darrin who sends you 4-page letters every minute of every day. And you're like, I'm very sorry. You just have to.
This is a Walmart. This is a McDonald's drive-through. Could you please move on?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the big problem with all of, and I think we have seen an increase in the last 5 to 10 years where uh, if I have some kind of political idea, maybe I can use a friendly court or friendly states court to push some things around because the Crumblies, again, I'm not an American. I don't know anything about your Constitution or your Second Amendment, but there's some politicians I know that much don't like to limit certain parts of the Second Amendment, and maybe you can put in all these laws through the court. But then again, if they get struck on appeal, then they can put in those laws. It just seems like because we can't do it legislatively, we'll do it through the courts, and I really don't like it. And we see it here in Denmark too, where people are asking for uh, these bans on everyone, and we have to. You can't say this, you can't wear that, you can't believe in that, and that's not me. I don't know. We don't have libertarians in Denmark. We're all socialists, and we like the government, but I really don't care about what you do, what you want to do, what you want to, who you want to do it with, as long as they are of grown up age and consent to it. You can do whatever you want as long as I'm not having to be a part of it or pay for it. So
Nope.
I don't like the politicians like to try to take power this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter's friend, they were out drinking after she graduated, and they had a white girl summer or whatever you call it.
White girl summer.
Yeah, well, my daughter has always been very, very straight, doing her job, going to school, doing everything, getting good grades, and said, "Well, I want to blow off some steam." And I said, "That's okay. You do that, girl."
That's
And because yeah, she was a grown up, and I thought it was a good idea. And her friend got sick, and you can do that when you're out drinking. But my I can't believe it's my daughter. One of her friends went out to check on her because she went away, and possibly two or three guys were following her on the other side of the street while she stumbled down the street, totally out of it. So they got her and got her to the hospital because she had been drugged in the bar, and you don't know if those three guys on the other side of the street did anything, but it's just odd that they walked on the other side while she was stumbling along a street in the middle of the night. So be careful out there. Always keep an eye on your glass.
And I'm telling you guys, look, as a woman of a certain vintage,
Indigo,
and
in
if I
Denmark, it's probably going to be a white girl summer because we are, I believe, 85% Caucasian.
White. Well, they call it hot girl summer, and then white girl wasted.
Well,
Right?
I won't talk about my daughter being hot. So
but
Okay.
you know what? If you are ever having a hard time, look, come to a woman who's about 40. If some guy's being weird, and just say, "Mom, he's being weird," or, "Hey, sis, he's being weird." We will mama bear up, okay? It is just come over, find, an older woman who's probably just a little bit tired looking because, she's not up past 8 anymore. But yeah,
that's the
definitely.
problem in Denmark. That's more of a 2 to 4 a.m. kind of thing when stuff like
Okay,
that
well,
happens.
then find people that can stay awake.
I was out. I have my gym buddy. She's like 10 years younger, and her friends. We were out drinking, and some guy kept grabbing her girlfriend and pulling her over. Said, "Oh, you sit on my lap, and you stay and drink." We were about to leave, and I automatically, I have a little sister too. I automatically turned into that's my girlfriend. We are leaving now, and she was just drunk as hell. And this guy, I think he could get the vibe that she was leaving right now. But get an older guy or an older lady. That's a good advice. But we're probably in bed by that time.
Yeah, I wanted to say, yeah, I would definitely be there for you, but I would be asleep there. Like, I'd have your back way back at
Yeah,
home.
you have to get a call 2 hours before so you can get up,
Your
get the
robe
body
and like
going.
or your house coat, like.
Yeah,
Come on.
well, it's weird, the shift, the mom talks that you have to have. So now I tell my girls, no matter what, if you start feeling creeped out, if I don't care if, look, you're a teenager, I have seen MTV, I'm sure you're doing all the things. I will drive through the night. If you start to feel uncomfortable, listen to those gut feelings
Yeah.
because,
Th-
yeah.
It's what I told my girls when they started going out to drink, because again, in Denmark, it's totally normal culture that you start drinking at 14, 15, 16 years. I said, I will never be mad at you for calling me. Even though I live an hour and a half away from you, I will never, ever not take the phone, and I will never,
Darrin
ever
Reuben
not
Case,
come.
record should reflect we're outside the presence of any
Oh, I think
jurors.
we're,
My understanding
Yeah.
that the state intends to rest their case in chief. They haven't actually done that
Oh.
in front of the jury, but we'll
oh,
take
wow.
that matter up. So let's assume for a minute that they will. Mr. Duke?
Thank you, Judge. At this time, the defense would like to offer some exhibits that we had anticipated objection from. The first being could be defendant's exhibit number 3, which is the factual resume of Jennifer Faith for her case in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Texas, cause number 321CR0137B.
Okay, and I think, don't they already have a defense 3? You've already got.
Oh, I'm
a
sorry.
defense 3.
Are we through 3?
Yes.
Okay. We'll make this defense 4.
And you're gonna, it's a document?
It is a document, is a certified copy of the factual resume of Jennifer Faith from her federal case.
Okay, are you gonna object to that?
Absolutely.
On what grounds?
Objection relevance and objection hearsay.
All right, the objection sustained.
Judge, I actually have a couple of arguments to that question. The first being that it is a public record, and so it overcomes the hearsay objection. It is also self-authenticating under 901. Additionally, Judge, I would
State rested.
point out that I point the court to Texas Code of Criminal Procedure 3836, which says that in all prosecutions for murder, all of the evidence will be allowed to be raised for the mindset of the defendant. The state absolutely opened the door in this question by making implications that in some way Darrin Lopez did not know that the emails and communications that he was having with Jennifer Faith were absolutely true. They have made the implication to the jury that these were false, or that he knew that these were false statements or some type of role play. Jennifer Faith's factual resume states clearly that she did create those emails and did it with the full intention to delude the defendant, Darrin Lopez.
Well, this is important to get in.
His state of mind, which is necessary not only for the defense of murder, but also for any justifications of defense of third person when assessing this case.
Okay.
Well, they're on strike in Hollywood.
The state raises its same objections, but also it doesn't go, the 3836 does not apply in this case as far as what Jennifer was going on with him. The case law says that 3836 was not intended to allow this sort of outside testimony concerning the state of mind of the defendant at the time of the offense, unless it relates to the previous domestic relationship between the deceased and the accused. All it does is confuse the jury. It is so prejudicial and it confuses the jury. And what she did and what she said on the federal side was her decision to do. It was after the arrest. It was after the incident. And it is going to come in only to confuse the jury, which should not be allowed. We are here on Darrin Lopez's murder.
The objection is sustained.
Judge, we would like to offer that for record purposes.
It's admitted for record purposes only.
The second would be Defense Exhibit 5. Defense Exhibit 5, which would be the plea agreement of Jennifer Faith.
Okay. In the federal court?
In the federal court.
And do you have any objections to number 5?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat number 5 again? I was listening.
It is the plea agreement of Jennifer Faith in her federal case.
The same objection. It's not relevant. It doesn't apply. It's still hearsay.
The objection is sustained. Defense
That
five,
button is
admitted
hanging
for
on
record
for dear
purposes
life,
only.
or she's gonna
And
boobage
then,
out.
Judge, we will also be offering State's Exhibit, or Defense Exhibit 6.
Those were two
government
big
sentencing
losses for
memorandum
them.
as that public document
Yeah.
to go to the same relationship with the accused that we previously done.
Okay. Any objections?
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, the objection is sustained. Defense number 6 is admitted for record purposes only.
That's so they can't
The next
prove
issue that we wanted
that
to
she
take up is
deceived him
the
and
defense intends
on
to
paper.
call
they have to talk
Um,
about it only.
a witness by the name of Keith Duncan. This is a summary of his testimony that he had a prior relationship with Jennifer Faith, in which she conducted some of the same acts with claiming instances of abuse in order to delude the person into committing certain acts, and that she made those allegations also specifically against, in this case, the defendant, Darrin Lopez.
How close in time?
This
We
was
haven't
last
even
fall.
seen-
So at the
seen,
same time that Darrin Lopez and Jennifer Faith,
Any proof of this judge's oath of
Initiated their
office
first-
yet? So how they have been going on for 3 days, I don't get.
There's been some testimony about this already, I think, at least an
Um,
allusion to it.
There was the allusion to it, Judge. We believe that Mr. Duncan can speak directly to it. The allusion to it was Officer Barnes actually had a audio recording that was provided to the defense and an interview with Mr. Duncan, and that's where Officer Barnes received that information. We talked to him, and he is ready and available to testify.
And that was unobjected to, as I recall, too.
It was not.
Any reply? Do you have any objection to this proffer, essentially? If they call him as, what's his name? Sorry.
Keith Duncan.
If they call Keith Duncan as a witness, based on the proffer that he just made, you can have any objection?
I'm going to have an objection to it. It is not relevant. This is not the Jennifer Faith show. This is the Darrin Lopez murder. Darrin Lopez had no knowledge of any of this. None of it goes to his state of mind.
Wouldn't it be
is
the
only
James Faith murder,
to confuse
not the
jury,
Darrin Lopez
make
murder?
Jennifer out to be some
Yeah.
evil person.
And call
Also,
it the
just
Jennifer
how-
Faith
when did this
show.
happen? When was this boyfriend?
Part of it.
In high
She's
school.
a big part.
89.
1988, 1989.
So a boyfriend in high school says something 30 years later
40.
about beating somebody up. The state absolutely objects to this as
Yeah,
highly
that's a
irrelevant and
weak-
highly
that's
prejudicial. Only, again, here to confuse the jury.
The objection's overruled. I'll allow you to get into it a little bit. It's already been gotten into. I don't know if that's a rule of law, but we've already talked about it.
Civil,
Judge, as a procedure
you got the
issue,
tight pants on
the-
today.
The defendant does live in Arizona, and so his testimony would be via.
Facts not in evidence.
Zoom.
Pictures.
We have that arranged. We can easily do that.
You have that arranged with the state?
No, state objects.
Did you know about this?
No.
All right. Why isn't that person here?
Judge, part of the reason is because of the lack of forthcomingness from Officer Barnes, as well as he is also attending his father's memorial today
What was,
in Arizona.
what was not forthcoming with Barnes? I mean, why do you need Barnes for this witness?
The previous testimony, I believe, Judge, needs to be specifically clarified, which is why we are calling this witness. And the reason that he's not here is because he does live out of state, and he's attending his father's memorial this week, or today in Arizona.
We're gonna have to figure this out. I don't know what the rules are for post-COVID video testimony, and I mean,
I believe the rules have
When
all
there's an-
expired at this point, Your Honor, and
hang
are.
on just a second. Especially when it's the state objecting and not the defense, to me, those are different. They have a right to confront witnesses. I'm not sure you have that same right. So I'm gonna say that right now, I'm not gonna let him testify until we can sort that out. Hopefully you have another witness that we can go forward with.
Yes, sir.
But, so we'll have to take that matter up probably over the lunch period. The question I will have is, under what grounds must you, well, when
Grounds.
can the defense call a witness over the state's objection electronically? I don't know the answer to that. That's what I'll be looking for from y'all and from the defense.
Thank you.
Next issue?
Your Honor, at this time, we would make a motion for directed verdict based on the fact that the state did not provide a prima facie case on which the jury can find Mr. Lopez guilty.
All right. The motion for instructed verdict is denied.
Is your first witness going to be an expert witness? Because I would like a 702 hearing.
We're calling Jordan excellent. Yes.
You're calling him as an
Yes.
expert? Okay, I still want to do the hearing.
Let me ask you this. It's time to tell me what y'all are going to do. How many witnesses do you have? Who's your first witness and what are they going to do?
Jordan Wright.
It was been
I,
recorded the
when you
whole
say
time.
Jordan, I don't know who Jordan is, with all due
He's our
respect.
technical expert.
What is his areas of expertise? What's he going to say?
He's going to testify about some of the phone logs and how the phone calls were interpreted by the state's witnesses. And he's also going to testify about the appearance of a choking picture on the defendant's phone.
Okay. Those two areas.
Yes.
Okay, so we can do that. 702, 705
Why?
hearing, that'll be
Yeah.
number one. Who else do you have? So we
Uh,
have, real quick, I'm gonna make a list. Number one is the witness from Arizona. Number two is the expert named, what's his full name?
Jordan Exman.
OEXMAN.
Okay, and do you have any other witnesses?
Well, we don't know who we're going to call yet, but as far as, we're saving some, and we don't know if we're going to call them during guilt innocence or possibly punishment. So
Okay.
those are the two for sure right now.
Let me ask it like this then. Are there any other witnesses that you anticipate we need to have a pretrial hearing about? Because once I call the jury, I do not want, under any circumstances, to be having to call them back and forth.
Judge, there would be two other potential that we may need the 702 hearings on. One would
Okay.
be David Bowman, He is former military and will be testifying to the military credentials and experience of the defendant, and also the specialized knowledge of individuals who have been in the armed forces.
And that's a guilt.
Directed verdict is
Yes.
just, yeah, we have to say that. It's just something you have
To
to say.
testify about
We need a simple expert.
what would be relevant about.
We can
his
call
testimony.
Yes.
Mauricio.
Judge, the experience of an armed service member is specifically unique and goes directly to the question of the defendant's state of mind, both for the justification and the self-defense or defense of third person issues that are going to be raised during the defense.
Well, it could be technical about his brain
My
or his
apologies, I will slow down to my
stuff.
copy. He will be testifying to the specialized knowledge and experiences of an armed forces individual, and it goes directly to the state of mind for
Yeah, and I
the defendant.
think they know he's gonna
necessity and
get a sentence, so probably save the
And
good
then
stuff
witness-
to
the
the
next one.
to
will
the
be Dr.
sentencing.
John Fabian.
So to keep him out of the
John who?
Fabian,
life in
And what
prison.
would this witness be called to testify about in the guilty or not guilty phase?
the defendant's traumatic brain injury, post-traumatic stress
YouTube is
disorder,
Acting up.
as well as military experience.
Well, that's I set up a Rumble
That's his
since we were
moment.
late.
Going to
Okay.
A new one since you can't change your name, I guess. I don't
Yeah, I don't understand Rumble.
know, but I'm trying to diversify and be
Okay, then
a
there's the matter
good
Oh.
of
content
Send me
creator.
a message.
whether or not.
I think it's
he's
the
gonna
same.
testify.
Yeah, it's just a
Okay.
broken
You
bagel.
all made a decision about that yet?
Okay, well, I wanted to make sure.
We anticipate the defendant will testify.
Do you want me to go over some of his rights with him now, or do you want me to do that at a later time?
You can go to record.
Okay, very good. If you could please, Mr. Lopez, raise your right hand for me. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Oh, he's taking the stand.
Very good. I appreciate y'all working
Jesus.
with me on that. We've come to that point in the trial where you are putting on your case. First of all, you understand you don't have to put on a case. If you all want to rest on your presumption of innocence and not call a witness, you certainly can. This also means that you have the right to testify in your own defense if you
Oh,
choose to.
will he be doing
If you
that?
decide to testify, you'll be questioned by one of these excellent lawyers about the circumstances of this offense, the relationship of the parties, and everything having to do with whether or not you're guilty or not guilty of this crime. You'd also be subject to cross-examination by one of the prosecutors in this case. Again, they can ask you any question relevant to considerations about what happened in this particular crime. At the end of that,
Did I do that right?
they can do redirect if they choose to, but you'll be treated as essentially as any other witness, okay? And you've seen a number of the witnesses go forward here in this trial. If you decide not to testify, and I will instruct the members of the jury that they're not allowed to consider that for any purpose whatsoever, and that they're not allowed to use that as a circumstance of evidence or a piece of evidence for any reason. That instruction, the law presumes that the jurors will follow that. I know we touched on it briefly during jury selection, but that's the instruction that I will give should you choose not to testify. So before I ask you if you're going to or not, do you understand all of that?
I do understand, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about how the law applies to you in that particular area?
I do not.
And I understand right now that you may testify, and Mr. Sanchez has indicated that you will. If you change your mind, or if you all change your mind, all you have to do is let me know. I will still instruct the jury. It's not too late.
This could get
It'll
great.
become too late once both sides.
Yes.
Okay?
Understand, Your
I mean,
To make the
he has
decision.
nothing to lose,
If
really.
you change your mind, you need to tell us. Otherwise,
No, I am going
Okay.
to start moving
All right.
everything
So
to
with that
the
in
Mo
mind,
and the Deep Rumble,
we don't
so
have
it's
anybody
not
that we can put on
confusing.
that doesn't require
And the other
a-
one has my last
an expert
name
here.
or an
Is that
old
right?
one, so.
Okay, then let's.
And
have the first
maybe,
expert. This is Jordan. Sheriff, would you mind telling the jurors?
Share
If they're gonna
your link to your Rumble if people are on Rumble.
be-
Okay.
Cafeteria open now?
Is the cafeteria
I'll
open
go
now?
down and have
What
lunch,
is this?
early lunch right now. They'll be back in 45 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
If you would, please come to the front of the courtroom.
You know, we
So they're
did it.
taking an early lunch, and it's back in 45 minutes. What is
Okay,
this
are
today?
And before you have a
This
seat,
is day 3, I believe.
Oh, sorry,
you hear the testimony you're about to
I just
give.
misheard him.
Please have a seat. These other witnesses that potentially might testify, are they here?
Oh, it's the jury who was sent to an early lunch, so they can do the voir dire of the expert.
Or if there's some of these
And-
experts. So for the purposes of establishing the credibility of this witness, their expertise, are you familiar with his background? at all?
I totally
I
agree,
didn't
John
see
Kerry.
it on him. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I
Very
only
good.
got on two.
That's
At
okay.
this point-
Sometimes you all know and are not quibbling
Yeah,
over
we
the
need
expertise.
evidence number
That doesn't seem
100.
to be the case. So for purposes of establishing the credibility and the credentials of this expert witness, and the only thing I'm looking for, and again, we're not in front of the jury, is what are the opinions and what are they based on? And I'm going to allow you, Mr.
I like this
Mr.
judge
Sanchez,
a lot.
to lead the witness
You don't
to
have to.
establish that as expeditiously as possible. You may proceed whenever you want.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
It's Jordan Exman.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm employed by Blackfish Intelligence.
Now, you've been called here this morning to testify about two issues that have come up during the trial. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in order to give that opinion, what training do you have in your background that makes you be able to testify as an expert? And it's almost like a fact witness also, correct?
Correct. I am a certified mobile device examiner and also have certifications through Celebrite as a certified operator and a certified physical analyst.
Oh, he was the one sitting behind him the whole time.
What other experience do you have?
Yeah, I believe from what David said,
Prior law enforcement
experts are allowed to
has-
sit in on the trial,
Yeah.
unlike just witnesses.
Southeast Texas.
I just didn't realize. He,
Worked
Oh,
Was
I
he
thought
a-
he was one of the lawyers.
part of the
Or a
United
baby
States
lawyer.
Cyber Fraud Task Force, where I was sent
I
to
thought he was.
the National Computer Forensics Institute in Alabama, where I received my training for the mobile device examiner certification.
Have you had experience in looking at call logs and matters like that?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of experience have you had?
Working both sides, criminal and criminal defense. I reviewed hundreds of cell phone extractions, and part of that process is going through the call logs.
And again, you were able to do that because you are trained by self. You have the training by self-record.
Correct.
Have you had any other training in looking at phone records?
I don't believe so.
And you're being called here to testify to rebut some of the state's impressions that they've left in front of the jury as far as how the call logs worked and how the length of the phone calls, how they work also, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also being called to testify to show that there was more phone calls in one, specifically two instances. There was the state presented two phone calls when there was actually more, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was based on your review of all the records that were tendered by the state, correct?
Correct.
You're also being called to testify about or to rebut testimony from a state witness that left the illusion in front of the court that the choking picture would have only got on the phone a certain way, correct?
Correct.
That's the witness.
Mr. Oxman, is that right?
Excellent.
Exman. How long have you been with Blackfish?
Since June of 2022,
Since June of 2022, so 1 year,
a little over 1
a
year.
little over 1 year. And what does Blackfish Intelligence do?
Primarily criminal defense work.
Primary criminal defense work in what way? What do you do?
Me specifically, or just the?
I guess generally the company.
We're private investigators, so we investigate criminal defense cases.
Okay. And you've been there for 1 year.
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to that, you were with the Longview Police Department?
Correct.
Okay. And your expertise is looking at Cellbrite?
Part of that expertise, yes.
Okay. And any other expertise that you have? In looking at phones or
I have training through Magnet as well.
training through what?
Can you say that one more time?
Sorry.
Sorry.
I have training through Magnet as well, which is another tool similar to Celebrite, and I received that training through my mobile device examiner training in Alabama.
So he went to the College of
You're
DeVry.
training in software like Cellbrite and this
Yeah.
or whatever.
He
Yeah,
got
makes
all the
sense.
boring stuff,
Correct.
Yes.
and he's
Okay,
a part-time
and-
pre-accountant.
You were asked to look
Yeah,
at records
this
provided
is
by the
not
state.
The expert you were looking for, I don't
Using those
think.
software
No, ma'am.
programs, just everything that was provided by the state is what you used.
So
I
in
think
order to
it's
look at
Oxford.
the emails, for example, I had to take the raw data and load it into Magnet. It's just a tool that allows you to make sense of that data.
Okay, but it's the state's records that you use to,
Correct,
Create your
yes.
opinion.
Yes, ma'am.
okay, and your opinion on the phone calls is what?
They were gross.
Could you clarify?
What are you going to testify about the phone calls that the state left the wrong impression?
So within the call logs in Celebrate, there's a status that shows what the end result of the call was, whether it was answered, missed, rejected, or just not answered. Through Celebrate, if it shows answered, then the call was either picked up or the outgoing call reached voicemail.
Okay.
But they had timestamps for how long
That's
the
for you
calls
to
were.
testify.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So that doesn't
And
really
as far
matter.
as the choking picture, exactly what is your opinion on that the state left the wrong impression?
There's other ways that the photo could have gotten on the device, and that's what we're going to offer him.
I mean, they're kind of terrible, but you couldn't have gotten a Pinkerton.
Specifically, in regards to the choking photo, it's possible that the photo was sent to Darrin by Jennifer or Jamie via text, and since the photo itself was stored in a cache file, which means it's not accessible by the user, it means that he could have received it through text, then emailed it to himself, which is why it would show up in the cache file for Outlook. And then it was later either deleted off the phone or just missing.
What?
He's like a deer in headlights,
Is
isn't
there
he?
an objection to this witness
Yeah.
testifying as proffered?
This
No objection,
seems
Ron.
like a
Very good.
terrible
Fully
idea.
accept him as an expert, and he is allowed to testify under our rules for those particular areas that you offered. I appreciate that, sir. You may stand down. If you have another expert witness, I would like to take care of that now.
David Bowman, Your Honor.
Sir, if you would please.
I'm not sure he's gonna change much, especially if he's that nervous.
Mine, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Same latitude to you, Mr. Duke.
confidence will go a long way if you're trying to go against the state.
Yeah, you had Dr. Smeagol or the expert Smeagol in the AH case. He ruined everything because he had those weird mannerisms. And then you had Dr. Muffin who
was
seemed
awesome.
super confident. Yes, he was super confident.
But did I miss like what was the significance of the choking picture? Was it testified to that it was like on his phone already?
It was how it got on his phone while not showing up in a text or somewhere else. And it could be because he emailed it to himself from the phone, and then it could disappear from the phone.
Yeah, but I thought it was in the email. I thought it was in an email, but I guess
But he didn't really explain that well. Other than that, he could have gotten it from fake Jamie, Jennifer, or himself. Was my impression of what he said.
yeah. But I don't remember like testimony about that.
No, and
You know.
they could use a post-traumatic symptom disorder, and hopefully they have someone talking about his brain injury. The guy from the military talking about, well, us military guys, we act in a different way.
Mhm.
That's just as stupid because the American military, as far as I've been told, is a pretty large military, and not all of them go out and off former girlfriends, current husbands.
I am shocked they don't have a medical person that explains the loss of inhibition and sort of complex thinking that can occur when you have a traumatic brain injury, and then, detailed testing of what is wrong. Because if they're hoping that him getting on the stand is going to prove cognitive decline, it's a bold strategy.
Mhm.
Yeah, especially if he's not able to point to the MRI and say, "Look, he has a traumatic brain injury in the frontal cortex that reduces him to a 16-year-old in his mind." And you can see it because he lives in a S-hole of a house, and his car looks like a bomb went off in it.
That makes sense with those types of brain injuries.
Yeah, but you need someone who's an
I
expert
know
in
they
brain
need somebody
injuries.
for that because
Yeah,
a lot of. I'm seeing a lot of signs, and it's like, crazy.
I'm hoping this military medical doctor, because the military does not make it easy for you to get a disability. I mean, there's a lot. It took Mr. Mo about a year and a half to get through all of the testing and figure out his rating and all that.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
If you are on what's it called, the full boat from the military, you have a lot of testing. You don't get that full disability without being severely injured.
Mhm.
yeah.
So you will
Yeah.
have mountains of paperwork showing that he has this injury, he has that injury. It affects his cognitive thinking that way, and that's what I'm not. Why are we talking about a cell
It-
phone could be coming through or not coming through?
Well, I don't know that. Maybe there were things in limine that they're not allowed to talk about medically. Maybe the state made a big push like, look, regardless of medical stuff, it's still a murder. And it,
I can't see
I
you
mean,
can
I
keep
don't
his medical history out of this. It's your
know.
business. They talked about bringing in her drug abuse and having an expert talk about it, but willfully intoxication doesn't make you innocent. But this is not willfully,
No,
and I think the
no.
only thing they're keeping out is everything with the case of Jennifer, because it will technically be hearsay, which I don't
Yeah,
understand because it's been put into trial. So
I
wouldn't
don't know
that
what it is.
be?
I don't like this lead attorney. I don't like any of his attorneys. I personality wise, I just think they're
I think it's very important. It's important to bring in that stuff because
yeah.
he killed her husband for it, and you have to show that dynamic.
Yeah,
And this isn't the Jennifer show. Well, no, it's not, but she was definitely the ringleader.
she was the
Yeah, I
puppet
was about to
master.
say she was the spark that lit the M80. The M80 was there, it was neutral, and then she lit that spark and directed that explosion.
Yeah, exactly. But let's see what this expert is all about.
Well, he does have
Whereas Rowan,
eyebrows, so that's
For the record, could you
nope, never
spell
mind.
your full name?
Yes, my name is David James Bauman, phonetically Bauman, Bravo Alpha Uniform Mike Alpha November.
Oh,
And
he's in the
Mr.
military.
Bauman, where did you spend the last 27 years of your career?
In the United States Marine Corps in active duty.
What was your original?
Oh my God,
or if
it's
you
no
could just
eyebrow
summarize
and no
your
eyebrow
military
crime.
experience.
He shaved
Well, I
his-
spent the first 12 years of my career as an infantry enlisted man, making it all the way up to the rank of gunnery sergeant. Then I was a drill instructor, and then I transitioned over to be a counterintelligence, human intelligence officer for the next 14 and a half years.
Let's focus on a couple of those. You were a drill instructor for the Marine Corps for a while. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you had specialized training for that position. Is that right?
yes,
Then additionally, as the human intelligence officer and counterintelligence agent, you had specialized training into both of those positions. Is that right?
yes, sir.
Starting with the drill instructor first, what training did you specifically have to go to in order to be a drill instructor?
So during rotation, they select the top 10% of the Marine Corps at that point to be rotated into these jobs, and I chose to be a drill instructor and had to go to 3+ months of intense school to
learn
become
to yell at.
And this
Guns,
training was
guns.
essentially in place to show you how to take.
Enjoy your
a
vacation,
civilian
Yace. Thank
and
you for
turn them
stopping by.
into a
Hey,
member of
Ace.
the armed forces. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's going to be your testimony today that that is a dramatic change simply in that fact alone. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
As a human intelligence officer and counterintelligence agent, how much interaction did you then have overseeing both enlisted and officers in their daily activities and deployment activities?
That was my primary responsibility, was to provide oversight at the company level until I became a major, and then I moved up to the executive level.
And so from that executive level, you had experience observing what changes service members had in their own personal lives and how those changed with their civilian lives as well. Is that right?
Yes,
In fact, you had specific experience gathering information about what that transition back to civilian life looked like for a number of individuals. Is that right?
yes, sir.
And that's also information that you have, or that you have followed up since you have separated from the military as well. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
And so, based on your training experience, you have a specialized knowledge that most military personnel and almost all civilians would not necessarily have a frame of reference for what it means to be a member of the United States Armed Services.
Correct. Most people can't and do not understand to that level the complexities of that.
This is just like the
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm sorry, what is your opinion?
Apologist guy.
anthropologist,
I am
exactly.
here, ma'am, to speak on behalf of the military culture, mindset, and the conditioning of an individual.
Why?
And what it takes to go from, the civilian life into the military lifestyle, and to be able to maintain that lifestyle for, varying amount of
But
time.
he wasn't in the military when he did it.
And then to speak on to the special forces community on that specialized and intense training it takes to become a member of the special forces and to stay within a community that is so tight knit and elite.
Okay, so you're here just to tell the jury generally what it's like to be a Marine?
No, to be a service member, ma'am.
Okay, so you're Marine and he's Army, correct?
Correct, but I worked in the joint environment. I also worked for a special.
Wait a minute.
Operations-
I thought he was a
Special
Marine.
Operations Command Pacific as a staff officer.
No, he was Army Special Forces, but
So
they
he was a
mentioned Marines
ranger.
at a point,
Okay. Well,
and I'm not sure he was a ranger. He was just Special
Okay.
Forces. So
special for Ranger Delta are special forces for Army. SEALs is Navy, and then Marines also have like an advanced Ranger battalion thingy.
yeah, but again, this is the anthropologist. This is in this community we have a heightened sense of duty. We have a heightened sense of protecting people. And again,
If he says they don't sit with their backs towards the restaurant, I'm leaving. I'm out. These are
Yeah.
things that you know as a person with a. Never mind.
yeah, and again, I spent a lot of years in and around the military because I was on these. In Denmark, you have some contracts so you stay connected. It's like the reserves, so you can go on deployments and stuff like that. And I met all kinds of weird people I would never, ever talk to again. We don't have one mindset. We have each our own. It's nothing different than working at Burger King. You got some training so you can use it, but it's still just people. It's so stupid that everyone who's a border guard or everyone who's a lawyer going on Ricada, they have the same mindset. It's we don't. Yeah. Oh, look at him. I'm with the big boys.
Remember us
Yeah.
when you get huge. I'd
Yeah.
like a thank you card.
Remember Jamie? It was her lashes who brought you there.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Respect the lashes.
And but I hate this. Everyone is the same. We did a big study because in Denmark back in the mid-aughts, late aughts, we talked about all the PTSD and how everyone who was deployed had PTSD. And we did a big study where all of us former deployed people could answer a questionnaire. And it showed that half the number in the general military of deployed people, the number of people with mental illnesses was half that in the normal society. But we were always talking about you couldn't have been a soldier without getting PTSD. So I hate these. They're all the same just because they wore a uniform. I know that. Once a Marine, always a Marine. I know that. I will always be a Marine too because I was in the Danish Navy. but I've been in the army, and I've been in. Yeah, it's of course we have some ethics or something, but that was what made us join the military. It's not something you're not. Not everyone is the same. You have a kind of a ground level of things you have put into you, but it doesn't make you go to Texas and unalive an ex-girlfriend's husband. It's just stupid to try to say because he had military training, he was more alert and he was protecting her or something like that. That just seems stupid. I'm sorry.
So my role was to
I'm sorry.
conduct
I hate
and oversee the operations.
I hate the
of all
ones where you're all the same.
counterintelligence and human intelligence operations within the Special Forces community.
I don't
in the
think this is
Pacific area
pointless
of operation.
to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not the medical records? I don't care how he transitioned from civilian to boot camp boy.
Yeah, and from boot camp into active duty, and from active duty back to boot camp, it doesn't matter. And yeah, and the Air Force, isn't those the ones who have to sleep in soft beds and have their mommy with them on duty? My dad used to be in the Air Force. I shouldn't say that. And the Marines are the ones who's eating crayons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now
He
Mo's
might
getting
be testifying, Dave, so you might want to come back later around to us.
Yeah. And we definitely need expert testimony on that particular choker on that particular Chinook. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But we don't have as big a military, so we transition a lot in Denmark between the branches of the military. So, but I can prove I've been in most of them.
And you're going to, your opinion is, again, what?
I am here to speak on behalf of the military culture collectively, and the conditioning and the transition of an individual from going from a civilian to a service member, and being able to split the difference between the compartmentalized way of life from going on deployments to staying and going and coming back home.
Your opinion is to talk about the hundreds of thousands of service members in this country over a long period of time.
I'm generalizing. Yes, ma'am. That is my opinion. Yes, ma'am.
Were you Special Forces?
I was in the Special Forces community, but I was not an operator. I worked as a staff officer for the Special Operations Command of Pacific as the
These special
Joint
forces, you better watch out
Intelligence,
because they go
Counterintelligence,
around and
Human
offing people all the
Intelligence
time,
Chief, OIC.
apparently.
No, he was adjacent. Dear Jesus.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one question.
This is irritating the snot out of me.
You also work for Blackfish Intelligence?
I do, ma'am. I'm a criminal defense.
Oh,
investigator. I just
Who the
started
hell
in-
owns stock in Blackfish Intelligence?
Blackfish, okay, nothing further.
No, it's Sybil Sheppel from the Moonlighters.
Mr. Baumann, you also received and reviewed the military records for the defendant Darrin Lopez, is that right?
Correct.
You also received the medical records for Darrin Lopez and reviewed those as well.
Yes, sir. I've gone through the discovery.
Is he a medical
You
professional?
also had conducted a interview with Mr. Lopez about his specific experiences in his specific service, is that right?
I did, yes.
And you are able to testify to Mr. Lopez's specific experience and in relation to the generalized knowledge that you have from service members.
Then the house would burn down.
Absolutely.
Right.
How long did you interview
It really
Darrin
would.
Lopez?
Approximately 4 to 5 hours, ma'am.
4 to 5 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Over what period of time?
Just on a
So,
two-day.
I don't mean to be Daryl Brooks, but I don't think he's a
Yes, ma'am.
doctor. Why is he
No.
going to talk about his medical records?
I can't recall the dates, ma'am. It was sometime last month.
Last month.
Yes, ma'am.
And when did
Was
Mr.
this
Lopez
defense
retire
like
from the
meh?
military?
He retired in 2015.
In 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's
No further
8
questions,
years,
Your Honor.
no, 5 years before the crime.
All right, very good.
It's stupid.
Do you have any objections to this witness testifying as an expert in the guilty or non-guilty phase?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And what are they, please? Is it to his qualifications first, or if not those, then the opinions that he's going to offer?
I would argue it is to his qualifications, but mostly it is to, he has zero opinion. He is only testifying as to some culture. There is no opinion there.
Yeah.
I think if anything, it would be relevant possibly in the punishment phase, but not in the guilt innocence phase.
Mr. Duke?
It goes to nothing, I'm sorry, Your Honor, it goes to nothing of whether the defendant is guilty of
I
this
agree.
crime.
He could be
as laid out in
brought
the
into the
Judge, I think it
sentencing
goes
part.
directly to the state of mind for the defendant, which is a necessary piece of the defense that we have to provide, both for the subjective test for defense of third persons in necessity, as well as the objective test for defense of third persons. Without being able
Yeah, we
to
do the technical stuff. You do the fun
record
stuff.
How different it is. for certain
You know,
and then
I like
specifically his opinions
that Dave is
very
learning
certain
all the tricks and then he's going to tell
reviewed
us.
of the
Contractually, he's
jury would not
obligated
be
because we pay
able to put
memberships,
themselves
I
into the
think.
shoes of the defendant,
Yeah.
which is required to do the analysis.
Why does
Just
it
like-
take? Did you put your mic off from auto balance?
Sir, if you would please step down.
I put it
sir.
on
I do
now. It's
appreciate
just
you
because
playing
I
down.
put you on yesterday.
You're free to remain in the courtroom as an expert witness. Call your. If
Am I
Just-
too loud?
I think you.
It's just you go up and down. So I was in thinking. So just to prove that I did do.
John Fabian, Fabian.
This is shitty. This is from the military. We use those
Dr.
ones
Wood, please. Before you have a seat.
from the army.
Thank you very much. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
And as you can
Ooh.
see, Royal Marine.
Mr. Duke, please.
Then it says,
That's also
Navy
stated
band.
to the right.
That's
You
not
may
important.
proceed.
Aw.
Thank you, and just for,
Ooh.
And my dad's from when he was in the Air Force.
Dr. Fabian being qualified.
No.
So Twisted, yes, I did do my duty.
Dr. Fabian, we'll just jump right into what you're looking at on this case.
Oh, doctor,
What have,
finally
you
someone.
reviewed in order to prepare for your testimony today?
Sure. I reviewed DOD records, Discovery. I've been here yesterday. Department of Defense, medical, psychiatric records. I spent 2 days with your client, Mr. Lopez, May 3rd, May 4th, 2023. And reviewed Discovery that you had sent me.
In addition to reviewing the discovery, like you said, you spent 2 different days both testing and interviewing Mr. Lopez. Is that correct? And you have testing results from those that you can testify to. What general conclusions do you have regarding Mr. Lopez's physical and mental disabilities?
Sure. So he has PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. That's my diagnosis and the DOD diagnosis. He has evidence of a depressive disorder and at times been diagnosed by the DOD with major depressive disorder. You want me to go through the DOD records? Just my
Yes,
Just your opinion.
My opinion.
we have
Sure.
4 or 6 planes.
PTSD, depressive disorder.
Right. And he has a history of concussions and traumatic brain injury that is documented. I did psychological and neuropsychological testing.
But he can't math,
Mr.
so
Lopez. I'll share that data with the state. So
Yep.
those are my diagnoses, PTSD and other what we call other specified depressive disorder.
where's Dave when we have to talk about that tie?
Do you intend to talk about?
Yeah, the
results of those
tie
tests?
kills
Did I
it.
catch that right?
Yes, and the DOD testing results as well.
What are those?
Sure. The Department of Defense has a traumatic brain injury psychology clinic where he's at Fort Campbell. So they have baseline assessments for Mr. Lopez, both psychological, neuropsychological assessments, and then diagnoses.
In these PTSD, the depressive disorder, traumatic brain injury, were those present, in your opinion, at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Reed.
Dr. Fabian, and then specifically with them being present, you will testify that those go directly to the perceptions of Mr. Lopez and affected the way that he perceived a number of factors that went into the commission of this offense. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take a little segue just as an additional issue that we may have to bring up. Doctor, for your qualifications, Do you work with sexual offenders on a regular basis?
Probably every other day.
You have extensive knowledge on sexual offenses and general human sexuality, is that right?
Correct.
And you would be able to provide a testimony regarding differentiations between BDSM and gang rape?
Yes.
Good to
Well, that's
know. Always good to have distinctions.
Was that BDSM and gang rape? Yes. A difference. Okay.
Along that line. Yeah.
Okay. In your opinion, Dr. Fabian, is that he has PTSD?
Yes.
And
His name is Dr. Fabian.
Yes.
This is the best trial
history
ever.
of concussions, that is TBI, correct?
Mild. Yes.
Mild. Yes, and what he
Well,
has is mild TBI.
Yes.
When he's coming over in
The
January, we'll
neuropsychological
look
test,
into
what
it.
test did you do?
It gets cold in
I
Scandinavia,
did
so
a number of them, and I can.
it would be nice to have a manly body to snuggle up to.
Essentially,
Maybe call a man
in the
to hug and
VA
kiss.
or in the DoD and on testing, he's had some mild attention and memory deficits.
Mild,
Yes.
and yes. Because I went through those 916 pages too.
And they're attributed, for the record, more to PTSD than brain injury.
So he has some mild memory issues.
And attention, he has neurocognitive effects of post-traumatic stress disorder that we often see with vets or other folks who have suffered trauma.
Okay. So migraines along with that, is that true?
That would be a sequelae, an effect of the.
She's the dumb, you're just the.
And ADHD?
I don't believe he has it. I can tell you why.
Yeah.
That's a neurodevelopmental condition. He has diagnosed with ADHD, but in my opinion, the attention deficits are due to PTSD and not ADHD.
But again,
And,
attention
again,
deficit
what were the
doesn't
tests
explain
for
why
the
he put
neuropsychological
7
Uh,
volts
tests, or
into
you just
another
pulling
person.
everything from the DoD records?
No, they're kind of consistent. So between my testing and their testing, I
Shots
had
fired.
conducted the CNS vital signs, comprehensive trail making.
I feel like that's a you
tests.
problem.
And what are those tests trying to show you?
Just how his brain functions compared to
Jamie's on fire
normal
today.
population.
Yep,
Yeah.
so.
They were done with
I'm
him
here
in
for it.
person,
Okay.
and then there was psychological tests as well.
All right. And it sounds like the DoD also.
How do
did
we
some
feel
of those
about his
tests, right?
hair? I really
In
don't like it.
2012 is where I saw that. Yes.
It's
That was right around the time
it's
he
kind of
was
weird
retired.
because it's
That's
too
correct,
long
yes.
on the left
And
side.
those tests showed him to be.
It's
basically
like
in
he
the
went
normal
for a high and tight,
The
and
first
then they didn't
testing
really go high
was
and tight on
below
the
Yeah,
average
I mean,
overall,
your
but
haircut is
then
awesome,
he was
Baker.
given more
His is
treatment, therapy,
a couple different
and then
haircuts
testing
together.
subsequent was-
Yeah, it's because he keeps. I'm pointing on
Let's
the
go
screen.
to these.
He
this
keeps it
testing
too
where
long. Too long on the
he's
side. He
fabricating
parts it to,
usually, and he has
or the
PTSD.
other side. So
And,
it
some
just looks
depressive
weird.
disorders. How does
Either go
this
high and tight or
relate to the
keep it
offense?
short.
Well, leading up
Yep,
to the offense,
probably. That's the
there was
explanation
evidence
why he did
in
it
my
7
opinion,
times.
of psychiatric symptoms, disorders of PTSD and depression. There was isolation, eventual estrangement from his family. There was separation. There were some other other traumatic events, such as, if you're aware, a friend committed suicide, granddaughter drowned. There were other post-military traumas that he experienced.
I think
I think there
meant
was
to do
evidence that
that.
he was emotionally, socially vulnerable. I did talk to his special forces comrades who had connections, and then he basically went MIA with them for quite some time between 2013, 2019. And then, in my opinion, there's issues related to just the hyper-aroused state, the hypervigilance, the being on edge, a lot of the symptoms we see with veterans, and misperception of threat.
Misperception of what?
Threat.
Misperception of threat.
Hypervigilance, even mild paranoia.
Okay, do you know anything about the facts of this case?
Yeah, I do. I've been listening. Yeah.
Okay, so what exactly makes him more, I mean, what testing did you do that shows that he's hypervigilant of threats?
Well, some of the DoD and my testing, more of that is self-report of just being hypervigilant, on edge, problems attention.
DOD,
sleep,
that's Department of Defense.
Typical
Yes.
symptoms we see with PTSD.
So again, it's
So
a
it's just
general
generally
thing.
that people have, or you're saying Mr. Lopez is self-reporting this to you?
Well, I self-reported the VA and to myself as well.
But again, that's a normal reaction for people who's been in a war zone.
Yeah, or grew
you
up in
pick
an
up
abusive house. It just
Yeah, but and just to show you, Twisted, I got the hardware from the
ooh.
Queen herself for
You got to
for
meet the
thanking me for
queen?
my duty. Only 15 years or so after I was deployed, but you pick up some trait. I don't like to walk on grass that's not mowed because that's mine territory. It's not PTSD. It's not hypervigilantism. It's just because it gets ingrained to you. Don't go in there because it could be dangerous. And yeah, I'm not fond of fireworks because I don't like sudden bangs after I've been listening to sudden bangs in a more dangerous way. But again, I still don't go 8 or 9 hours in a car, walk up on the back of a guy's head and empty my service revolver.
Okay,
It's
you guys tell me, am I reading it wrong? Do all of their experts seem a little greasy?
yeah,
Like,
especially from Mr. Mo. Did he serve?
yeah, we we were really
Kind of get
lucky. He
to
did a lot of
we try to keep some kind of haircut or something when we go out. I don't. I really don't understand this one.
well, Mr. Mo was excited that he got to grow a beard.
Yeah. Yeah, we couldn't do that without a permission. Now you can do it all the time, and you can have tattoos and everything. State of the military.
I know I had to shave my beard and everything.
Yeah. No, I'm just not a sudden. I like the slow bangs. Yeah, and again, it doesn't excuse if you come by someplace and you see something that could be suspicious. Well, you react to it because it's training. It's I was I don't know what you call it over there. I was trained as a firefighter who goes with the breathing apparatus when I was deployed too. So of course, when I smell smoke or something like that, I'm just checking, could it be a fire? Because it's ingrained to your brain that it could be dangerous. But it's not an explanation. It's kind of like, well, I was drunk, so I can't be blamed for driving into the other car. Yeah, yes, you can. It's still your choice to get drunk. I really don't like this. Everyone is the same because they were a firefighter, they were a nurse, they were working as a cashier. I hate it when they try to do it. Yeah, and again, people will say, "Well, that's kind of PTSD." No, it's just because you've been in a bad situation, so you're not a fan of it. It's not that you get all kinds of local. I've seen guys with real PTSD, and they
Yeah.
are really, really bad.
It's
Yeah,
not looking good
equine
if
suits.
good to know.
Yeah, it's yeah. We had to train for some of us when we were deployed had to be trained as firefighters, and you pick up some things along the way, and everyone has that in their job. I'm sure if you work in a hospital, you can see easier than other that this person looks sick. He should go to the doctor, or she should go to the doctor, and it's just I really hate that everyone is the same because they had the same job or they had some kind of the same training. No, not every border patrol agent fixes his girlfriend problem in the way our friend Burgos did. No, not every former army special forces fixes the problem like this guy does. It's just a stupid argument. I'm getting angry because it's not underwater breathing apparatus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and hypervigilance, again, as I said, if if you come running at me, because it's a long time since I've been deployed. The first couple of years I was back, if someone came running out of a bush when I was walking in the woods or something, I could get a little, I could tense up. That's, you would call that uh, I know the
Vigilant?
words. Yeah, hypervigilism. And but it's not some kind of, it doesn't make me drive 9 hours and unalive someone. That's my biggest problem with trying to say because you've been in a war zone, you will do this. I'm sorry.
No, I would think it would be much better to go with the traumatic brain injury, but it is being classed as a mild one, and this expert is not highlighting the traumatic brain injury, he's highlighting PTSD.
Yeah. And
On granted, if he was deployed with a special forces unit, he might have seen a lot of more stuff. So,
sure, and no doubt about it. But I had a friend,
yeah.
there's on the border between Croatia and Serbia. We had a Danish military base in a town called Dvor. They were shelled for 76 days out of the 180 we are
Oh my
deployed. We
god.
only do half the time, and he got PTSD because they turn, when you're under fire for so long,
Yeah.
your brain starts to do something to keep you sane. So they could sit in the fallout shelters and think, well, could really drink a Coke. Who can run fastest to get a Coke while shells are incoming? Uh, we had a pretty active period, and I did 2 tours, and the last tour, things were kicking off a bit. So we got to hear a lot of things going off in the night when people are fixing their problems, and so of course you hear things, but it's not enough to say I would go to Texas and do something about something. It's just a stupid argument. I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, the tensing up, but I noticed I was doing it more after I had been deployed. But again, I've been in a war zone for more than a year, so of course I was aware of my surroundings. Yeah, yeah, and it's the fight and flight. You get ready to fight or run, so your adrenaline kicks off. But still, it's just stupid to say that everyone, because they've been in the military, has this
I
reaction
don't
because they have PTSD. Some people are just going
no,
into
I
the
don't
woods and
like
staying there.
I don't like this. I don't like where it seems like the defense is going.
Yeah. Um, well, not to unalive someone, and yeah, yeah, and when it's used as an excuse, so it's perfectly okay for him to do this because he was very aware of danger. No, he drove 9 hours. He had previously stated he could call the police. I think this is stupid. I'm sorry. Well,
No.
let's get back into, because now
Okay.
I'm getting riled up because we're
We like rants.
yeah,
We're
yeah,
good.
but it's just I'm sorry, but as a former serviceman, I've seen so many stupid headlines in the papers, and I really hate it. And Mr. Mo probably has the same thing. We are not all crazy.
What people don't realize is that a lot of the military is support. So you actually going to a front line is not as common as people think if you're in the military. My husband was lucky enough to be as a service sort of support, working in the medical department, getting everyone ready to go over to deployment. So that was his deployment. And we
Yeah,
were really super duper lucky. I mean, just thank you, all service members and people that are, firefighters and all that. But just because you're a military person doesn't mean you saw the front line action. It's a lot. uh, You train as though you are going to, but, it's just
yeah, and
different. That's what yeah, blanket statements just suck, especially when they don't.
at all explain what's going on in this trial, and that's the big problem. This is just like the Burgos trial. Well, it's a machismo culture. Yeah, the military is too. We do some stupid stuff when we're in the military because We are guys. We are normally around 18 to 20 years old. We are filled with testosterone. All of a sudden, this day could be the last day you're here. Guys do stupid stuff when they got that on the line. But it doesn't mean that what was it, 8 years after we leave the military, still do crazy stuff. I was deployed in 2001 and was with the military for some years after in the reserves. It would be the same to say, if I go over and do what I really want to do at Søren's place, and that's not a man to hug and kiss. It was because I was deployed back in the early Norths. So, but I'm not going to do
Makes
it. While,
perfect sense.
I think maybe I'll just turn off the camera so I'll be on. I have an alibi.
Aha. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Farrell, you are a genius. Make a graphic of us sitting in our chair.
Any objections to this witness?
I do have an objection to this witness in the guilt innocence phase, Your Honor. I believe that, obviously there's no diminished capacity, which is, I think, is what they're going for, that he had some perceived threat that lessens.
Yeah, they're just qualifying him. Sorry, I got Randy.
In this crime. And I believe that that would be confusing to a jury to put something out there like that when it has no place in the guilt innocence portion. I think the case law has been pretty clear all the way up to this Dooley v.
20 minutes, twisted. 20 minutes.
That there is no diminished capacity. And if you are going to put an expert up to talk about the mental health state, it needs to go directly to an element of the offense. In this case, there's nothing that goes to an element of the offense of intentionally and knowingly killing this man.
Judge, this isn't a question of diminished capacity. This goes directly to the defense, once again, of necessity and defense of third persons. The jury is required to put themselves not only subjectively, but objectively in the state of the defendant and what he would reasonably believe. He suffers from specific diagnosed psychological and neuropsychological deficiencies that change his perception, and the jury has to be able to understand what his injuries mean to be able to make that assessment, to make an accurate interpretation of where he was at when this offense was committed.
Your Honor, may I?
I'm gonna give him a chance too. Go ahead.
Okay, just the expert testimony goes, it goes to mens rea. It does not go to defenses. It does not go to possible defenses. It does not go to something might be out there that comes up that we could use. It goes to mens rea. And in this case, there is nothing that this doctor has testified in this hearing that indicates it has anything to do with the.
I totally agree with the state.
It is only out there to say he has PTSD, he was depressed, therefore he might have perceived something incorrectly. I believe it would be.
Sal, what do you think about the striped lady in the back?
It's not probative, over prejudicial, and it's confusing to the jury. It leaves an impression out there that is confusing to the jury.
Judge, I think that the state said it correctly. It goes directly to his state of mind and his perception, which is one of the necessary prongs of both of the defenses that are being raised for both defense of third person and for necessity. Dr. Fabian has testified that a person who does have PTSD, and specifically in this case, Mr. Lopez.
Hey, Cool Frog, welcome. I think it's the first time I've seen you here. Yeah, you on my channel, you're not. Yeah. Go over and like and subscribe.
That information, if it is not given to the jury, is going to be the only thing that is confusing at that point is
if you want
how he was at the time of the offense.
Thank you both very much. I appreciate that. The court is going to find that witness Bowman's testimony is inadmissible in the guilty or not guilty phase of the trial. Dr. Fabian, however, I will allow to testify in front of the jury as I believe it relates to the state of the mind of the defendant at the time of the offense. I'll give you a running objection to Dr. Fabian's testimony.
So
when we bring the jurors in.
Judge, at the convenience of the court, we would like to make a proffer of Mr. Bowman's testimony for the record.
You've already done
make
that.
a bill. I think
But unless you're going to say there's something in addition to what you already offered, that is your offer.
That should be sufficient, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
So they won't be able to bring in all military are like
this.
this,
It's relevant in punishment.
but they can have this doctor.
I don't believe it's relevant in the guilty, not guilty phase. Now, we've got 13 minutes to jump on Westlaw or wherever.
about this witness from Arizona, whether or not there's any lawful reason why we can't have the witness testify remotely. So
I like Dancer
and while
Dad's
they're looking
blue
that
shirt.
up, as I'm sure they will, then you'll be setting this
Yeah,
up.
it's just because it's tight.
And that way, if
I know,
rule that
Indica,
it is
those
admissible,
boobages
then
are
we can go straight
horizontal
into it,
stripes don't work for most, but
with very little.
They
those are working.
they brought out all the right things on
Yeah.
that under that shirt.
So
Oh.
I didn't get who are they trying to get from Arizona? Because I was confused.
I don't.
That old boyfriend.
No,
Oh.
no. He wasn't allowed to be brought in. I think it's a former service member friend or something.
No, I thought it was the old boyfriend because
No, that was after he said, "Well, we have to figure out how to bring him on post COVID." And then they proffered the old boyfriend from 89, 88, 89. And then they had the Cellbrite guy, he got allowed in. Then the second one, I really didn't understand. He was the one who was talking about all military personnel like this. And then we had this guy, it was the Marine guy, he's not being allowed in. And then we had this guy who's a doctor who was allowed in. Hey, EU.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
That's what I said.
I'm not sure because I think they brought him up afterwards, but I'm not
He was
sure.
the one that couldn't make it in because his dad's memorial, and so they wanted to bring him in Zoom, and then they were arguing about that. And I thought it was this person that she tried to do this to back in the day. And they were going to talk to him or whatever. So that's what I thought it was.
Farrell is, if he has she has, I don't know. I've never seen that name before. If you have a link, please share it. Let's spread the love. This is a love party.
I just subbed. It looks really, really cool, and it's got all the graphic-y things. Super awesome.
So your attention deficit disorder, which make you go to Texas, could get triggered with all the graphics.
No, but if you put a clearance sign and some glitter next to me, I'll buy anything.
You're just a sucker. They know that we put the price 2 times as high as normal and just say clearance, and then I need one of those.
No, that's Kohl's. Kohl's is the devil, and no amount of Kohl's cash is worth going to Kohl's every day.
Shirts are really present, especially in that age.
Yeah.
It could be the BDSM expert.
Do you think that the coroner is going to come back? Because that was a Dom haircut. I'm just saying.
She knows a thing or two about writing.
A thing or two.
Yeah. Yeah, please go check Cool Frog out. Maybe it's just the channel you've been waiting for. And what we like to do on these channels, that's why Mo and I are streaming together, is just grow this small, crazy community. We have all the degens, Salbert, and we have all the nice people.
Jamie.
Jamie. So go and check.
The rest of us are on a sliding scale of good to bad.
Yeah, good save on that one.
We missed you too, EU. Sorry that you came into this. Yesterday was really, really good. Now because the state is going to rest when the jury is put into the room, and then the defense is going to put on their experts. Yesterday we had the retelling of the love story, which featured a lot of interesting people. A-Rod, J-Lo, ScarJo was involved in their relationship. I'm not saying that it couldn't happen, but I think it's more likely that the one in whatever trillion the DNA hit was on the slide of the gun is more likely to be with ScarJo than any of these two people. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
No, you're perfectly placed. You and Salbert is fighting for bottom position. On the days when you hate on me because I'm a little slow, then you are under Salbert, and then Salbert sees a
Okay.
lady in chat, and then he takes bottom position again.
But where's Soren?
He's not on the scale because then nobody else could be on the scale. Søren is too much for me, and we all know what he made Thor do here.
I think we have an age that's 16.
That was Søren.
He embodied Thor for a minute.
Yeah, he communicated to Thor.
Well, that
Talking
explains
about
a
nerds.
lot.
Hey, Lefty.
Hey, Lefty.
Hello.
Is anything interesting happening with your business, or is she crazy?
Is she giggling?
Not all the time. But when Salbert gets his long pauses when he's working, you're pretty close to the button.
Well, I had your application to Jody ready to go, and now it's done.
No, not poor Søren. Not poor Søren. He made his bed, and he's gonna lie in it.
One
Forever.
day I will get his name right. I will get his name right. I will say it how you say it.
It's because you think too much about it. Jamie has it pretty well.
No, I don't actually. I feel like I'm terrible at it.
It's just like when I rewatch our streams, I'm thinking, who's that stupid person with all that annoying accent? And then it's me, because in my head I'm speaking all the Americans of the world, and then I listen to myself and think that sounds just as stupid as when, old people in Denmark try to tell the waiter that they need another beer. The ones who just start screaming higher and higher till the waiter says, "Okay, beer."
Oh,
Do you want to use like an S sound or a Z sound? It sounds like more like a Z sound, like Soren.
You pronounce the R too much. Søren. You just
Søren.
said
Zan?
again.
Can I say
Søren. Søren.
So you're not saying like the individual letters. It's like all mushed up and then kind of.
Danish, we take all the letters, just push them together. And
Okay, thank
where
you. Okay, that
in Denmark,
makes.
we just pull out a lot of them. So it's kind of, we start a word and then we just eat it.
Zan?
That's why we're big.
Søren.
Zan?
It sounds.
Zan! That's what I feel like we're saying.
We're working. Learn how to speak Dane or whatever language, because I know I'm going to say the wrong one. It's going to be the
Danish.
wrong one. Danish.
I'm still Danish.
San?
Look, I can barely remember things from day to day. How is the
Can I
humidity
call
where
you,
you
like-
are?
Can we make up a nickname for you?
This is the Danish flag, not the Swedish. We are Danish. This is my forefather who died. They got this flag because he was in another war we lost against the Germans that time. We lose all our wars, but we're proud of that. But this is the Danish flag. Remember that. We are the good guys in Scandinavia. We are not Swedish.
No, it wasn't Swedish. I always
The Dutch.
Danish and Dutch. They're both D words, and then I have to remember which.
Most Danes and Holland people are D words. Just see how to treat your poor little kitty cat.
It's possible that he got some of, it is possible that he got some of that fermented whatever that Nicholas eats. That would explain all of that, I think. You might be very correct. And they did go over a pond.
My dog had a problem this morning, and I was laughing to myself because I was like, I hope you guys couldn't hear it though. No one said anything. So
See, Mads, he's a Dane too, and he
it's
likes the way you say
spreading.
it.
Oh, good. Well, because yeah, it
But
really is. You kind of mush it in the back of your.
we talk backwards.
I was
And
going to
that's
say
why,
something, and then I realized it could be clipped.
yeah. But that's why, and then Nicholas always say I talk like with a potato in my mouth. So that's the way they hear us. But if you hear me and then Mads talk Danish, you wouldn't believe we were from the.
I'm waiting for you, Nicholas, Fedorowski, and Mats, and possibly CERN, like from another planet being beamed in to hear all the different accents.
The funny part, we would probably, if we got together, we would be speaking English because we can't understand. Mads grew up with Swedish on television, so he could probably understand Swedish. I can't understand Swedish. They have to talk really slow. And Norwegian it's kind of like the coroner ladies in every case. They talk they're always happy.
I was.
Yeah.
I talk weird, so I'm just going to pronounce it how I pronounce it. I'll try.
Thank you, Sheriff. Y'all may be seated.
We know you are in the
morning. Appreciate you all being here. I know y'all were here on time. We started late because of me. It wasn't because of any of them. So don't hold
So
it
he's
against
late
them,
on.
okay, they were here working as they always do. Very professional. Hold that against me. Don't hold it against them. We do have a witness on the stand. Ms. Mitchell, what says the state?
At this time, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, state rests.
Very good. And the defense is ready with the witness. And sir, if you could please raise your right hand for me. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Very good. Put your hand down. Mr. Sanchez, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Jordan Exman.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed by a company called Blackfish Intelligence as a private investigator.
And have you been employed anywhere else prior to Blackfish?
Yes, prior law enforcement, I worked for Longview Police Department here in Texas for approximately 8 years. And while I was employed there, I worked as a detective. And during my time as a detective, I was a part of the United States Secret Service Cyber Fraud Task Force. And due to that membership on the task force, I was sent to the National Computer Forensics Institute in Alabama, where I received my mobile device examiner certification, and also have certifications in Celebrate.
A prior witness for the state, I think Mr. Sims had talked about Celebrite. Is that correct?
He did, yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury again what that is?
Celebrate is a tool. It kind of has two functions. It's used to do.
We're going to listen to an expert tell. I'm sorry, but we have heard about Celebrite in every case since I started covering cases.
Another portion of the software called physical
It's
analyzer,
just
which
something
allows
you
to make
download
sense of that data that
so
they
you can
extract.
put it into a program that can show you the data
Part of your
with the GPS.
experience and training with mobile device extraction.
Really, I want to talk to the programmer who made all this stuff because I can do plug-in and like let the computer work. But how did you make that? Because that sounds pretty cool.
Yes, I was.
That could be the question. How sure are you that it's correct? Because it's just an algorithm reading the other algorithm.
Yes, sir.
And that picture was on.
Yeah, it wasn't a lake, Mo. It was
Oh, I'm sorry.
What ways could that have gone?
Öresund.
Well, there's a number of ways it could have gotten on the phone.
Trying to ask people about, their stuff instead of talking about me, and I still can't get it
and is
right.
located in a cache file for Microsoft.
Should I
Outlook.
boost this guy?
So the email
I think
app that's on the
it's
phone, there's a cache file, and what a cache
Is
file
it- or
is,
is it too loud?
it is a hidden file that
It's
the
a
user
little loud, but
typically
then
does not
people
have
can
access
turn-
to. And what it's used for is to speed up the device. So
I don't know,
even if
ask
you were to
chat.
pull up Outlook while the device is offline, if it's not connected to Wi-Fi or the cellular network, you can still retrieve,
Should we do it like this?
for example, this attachment
this
through
okay?
that email because it's stored locally on the phone in that hidden file.
Now, in order for that picture to make your contact.
Yeah, but they're
phone,
getting
it has to be
really
moved.
fast into it. How?
Yes, I would assume so.
Is there another way it could have got on the phone as far as through a text message?
I'm sorry, say that again.
It could have gone through a text message.
It could have originally, yes.
So if the user received it through a text message and wanted to use it in an email, he could email it to himself.
Yes.
Not left
That's
it.
an explanation about how it could have been on the phone and how it could have been used in email. Correct?
Left it too, probably.
Now, also, you have experience in reviewing call logs, right?
I do.
And when we're reading those call logs, for example, I'm going to show you from.
How the hell did they teach Copenhagen then?
Mr. Sanchez, I have 23 as a photo of the crime scene. That may be 213?
223.
223.
I don't want to take it out. Oh.
Sorry, I can stand up.
MLS, you missed it. The head detective had a beautiful binder with page protectors and everything.
We show
Had a big
two
office
report
supply
calls
crush on
outgoing
him.
were they outgoing from Darrin's phone to Angel or Jennifer's phone?
Go watch an
Correct.
Office Max
Yes.
commercial.
And there's times that are stamped on there. Can you explain those to the jury?
The timestamps?
Yes, or the duration markers.
The duration, so within Celebrate, there's a category called status within the call log and physical analyzer when you're looking at the device's call log. The different types of statuses that you might see would be answered, not answered, rejected, or missed phone call. It is possible that, I'm sorry, let me restate. Obviously, everybody knows what a missed call would be. If it's rejected, that means that the person receiving the phone call actually physically rejected the phone call. If it's not answered, that means that it did not receive voicemail and there was no answer on the other side. Answered could mean that the person answered the phone, or it could mean that the outgoing caller received voicemail, which would show a duration.
That's the BDMS stuff, a binder.
You see these call logs right here. You have 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds.
Binders, dividers,
if
and
Darrin was calling Jennifer and reached her
staples.
voicemail, it would show as answered.
Oh my
and
God,
the
I have my new
duration, which it
office
does
store.
within Celebrate.
And that was also a similar situation on 8/16/2020.
Correct.
No, probably no filthiness. Oh, this, they brought him on for this?
Your Honor, it's gonna be paper.
Paper.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Exton, how are you?
You're good.
Good. You and I have met
It means
before, right?
cheaters.
Yes.
In fact, you and
Cheater first.
the defense team, as well as me and my co-counsel, we've all sat down and talked and discussed some of this electronic evidence and all the communications together, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to talk to
Thank
you a
you
little
so
bit
much.
about the
And thank you even
strangulation
more
photo
Thank
that
you.
we're
for helping
referencing.
Mo out too.
Um,
We're really trying to get her watch hours up.
Yeah, I took a break a little bit to help other people's streams,
No,
which was awesome.
yeah.
I don't know how much more of this that I could take.
Judge, may I approach the bench?
I can do the instantly wet.
Eh,
And you were here, well, you've been present throughout most of the trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you've had the opportunity to hear all the other witnesses testify?
Correct.
Okay. So you were here when Agent Sims testified about the phone dump and the choking picture, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you'll recall we admitted states exhibit
He's looking too
96,
happy talking about choking
which is
pictures.
a photograph showing the image, and then it shows some of the date information.
Have you ever been in a waiting line at the DMV?
And right here where it says created and it says 12/31,
Don't have the DMV.
1969, is that something that we see from time to time on
Well,
Cellbrite
something
phone
tedious and
extractions where
terrible.
it auto-populates a really old
At the
date
doctor's?
or an image that is obviously newer.
It does. If there's no metadata for the creation date, it picks a certain date, and it depends on what device it's on.
Okay, so really that date would be inaccurate, right? We can disregard that.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So we're more focused on this May 13th date where we see 2:19 a.m. and then down here where we see May 13th, 2:16 a.m. We're focused on that time range, fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And so were you here when Agent Sims testified that while he could not definitively say that this image ended up here because Mr. Lopez had emailed it to himself and not because he had received it from someone else, but he said that was a distinct possibility, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is essentially the same thing that you've said here today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let me ask you, you had the opportunity to look through the entire phone dump, correct?
Yes,
And you found this image nowhere else on the phone.
that's correct.
And you found no text message where he received this image on the phone.
That's correct.
And you found no other emails, because you were also given access to the Hotmail emails, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And to be fair, those are separate from the phone dump, correct?
Yes.
You went through all those Hotmail emails, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In fact, we went through a lot of them together, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ever find an email where anyone else sent this image to Darrin Lopez?
I did not.
However, on his phone, there are other images. Let me rephrase that so it's clear. You're aware that part of the issue in this case.
Sorry,
is that the
Albert.
defendant
She has a wedding
omitted
ring.
A lot of his text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So there probably is a lot.
And she
of
does
text
CrossFit.
that we just don't have because it's not on the phone anymore.
All the
I would agree.
CrossFit.
However, you are aware that there are messages and images from text messages that were still saved on his phone,
Correct.
but not this one.
I have a Hotmail too.
This specific photo?
Right. It only shows up in the Outlook, correct?
I
Correct,
made it
yes.
back in
Doesn't show up in his
2001.
other photos like it was.
Why
sent via
change
text
something
message.
that's working?
Correct.
And then, secondly.
She's
I
a
wanna
breathing
talk about
human.
phone calls.
Female.
Okay.
You testified that when the phone calls show up as answered.
Thank you for
that they're
stopping
short
by and saying
duration,
hi.
It could be that someone.
Yes,
answered
thank
it with
you.
a very quick call, or it
It's
could
like me
be
when
that
I
the
stop
voice
by
was
at
picked up.
you all
That's
of
correct.
yours night streams and saying
Um,
hi. It's not because I'm an older man and have to do stuff in the night.
Thank you. No further questions.
It's just because I miss you.
And, Mr. Ashman, one other way that people can
Sweet.
save pictures also is by emailing to themselves after they receive them through a text, right?
That's correct.
I passed away.
I didn't have internet in '98.
Just one clarification.
I got my
Mr.
first
Exton,
internet
This photo
in.
was not saved
99.
specifically to the phone, correct?
It could have been at one time, but I have no evidence of that.
Right. Okay, it's only in the cache, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Please be finally excused.
I know.
No objection.
Sir, you may stand down. You're excused from any further service.
Well, I was
That
afraid
was
this expert was going to be really tedious and really boring, and we have to go through all the
Members
Cellbrite
of the jury,
data.
if you wouldn't mind, please step outside for just a moment. All rise for the jury. Please don't discuss the case among yourselves, and please don't do any independent research. It won't be very long at all.
I like that. So, what's next?
I mean, did he do anything for you?
This guy?
N-
No, not at all.
I was just like, okay.
He had the picture. Yeah, where it came from, we don't know. It's an indication that he could probably have found it on the internet and mailed it to himself,
Yeah.
or it could have come from somewhere else. But the state witness said the same thing.
Mhm.
In the presence of the jury, Mr. Duke is going to be calling the witness from Arizona via Zoom or Microsoft Teams, something like that. You have an objection?
No, my uncle worked with IT in the Air Force back in the 60s.
Oh,
Some case
We
law,
did-
just about the right to cross-examine generally.
Oh.
Yeah.
And the state's right to cross-examine, and this is, I'm sorry, James Keller. The state from 1984, however, it does make the point, state's right to cross-examine defense witnesses is not based upon Sixth Amendment, but rather is required for accurate determination of guilt or innocence and in order to prevent fraud upon the court. And I think that still continues today. It is not an effective cross-examination on, or potentially not an effective cross-examination when you don't know who's behind him, you don't know what's being told to him potentially. It bootstraps, both sides, the state believes. It should be fair. The right to cross-examine witnesses, though not specific to defense and the state, but there's a fairness quality there that he should be here to testify as to what he's going to testify to and not remotely because of all the problems that go along with that. Moreover,
The
our
broken
argument
speaker.
is that this
The
is
broken
testimony that
speaker.
is so remote in nature and it goes nowhere to Darrin Lopez's state of mind.
Yeah, but I told
Also,
you, take down
it is
those
complete
cameras from my
hearsay. This
toilet.
witness
I really
got
don't
this
like
from
that you
Jennifer
flip
Faith.
those.
He called into the ATF. He chose to call into the ATF to talk to Detective Eric Barnes. And then he, over the phone, relays this information 30 years ago about some man, he can't even name who it was. It is wholly unreliable testimony based on hearsay, remote 30 years ago. He's not here to do it in person.
It was the ex-boyfriend.
And it has no probative value in this, and completely prejudicial. It is only to make Jennifer Faith look bad. That is the only reason for this testimony.
Okay.
The state objects on all of those reasons, Your Honor.
Okay. The objections about cross-examination and it being fair and all of that, for this limited purpose, in this circumstance, are overruled. I am now curious about personal knowledge. Every witness, whether they're on Zoom or wherever, in person, they've got to have personal knowledge. So to that end, what say you, Mr. Duke?
Judge, I believe Ms. Mitchell was mistaken. Mr. Duncan is going to testify to his direct and personal knowledge of his interactions with Jennifer Faith. So it is not testimony about a third person or third party that you heard about or anything in between. It's what his direct experience with Jennifer Faith and her proclivity to use claims of abuse and rape in order to influence people to do things for her or obtain things in that way.
All right. I mean, I didn't really think it was relevant when he asked about it.
Thank you
first
so
time. It
much.
was also unobjected.
It's really nice of you.
I'm going to allow you to do it. I will allow you to do it remotely
Can I take the witness on voir dire outside the presence of the jury?
to establish.
I
His
mean,
personal
but
knowledge?
this has gone from one statement of, it's still hearsay, but one statement that Jennifer Faith said to him to all of a sudden now her proclivities to do this. I mean, I'm worried that this is just going to get expounded and again, just talk about when she was in high school.
I understand. It's obviously, you're not going to be using words like proclivity. You're going to talk about this one experience that he has personal knowledge of.
A high
He
school
doesn't have any
girl
personal knowledge
manipulated
about her
guys.
proclivity for doing
I
something.
can't
That's a
imagine
inference
that ever
for the jury.
happened.
Yeah, right.
But
just
if you go out of bounds from
out
that,
of bounds.
bench, I will give you a hearing
I've
on
never
that.
heard of such.
If you're going to be within the bounds of what you've proffered, then I'll allow you to do it.
Thank you.
And I'll do so over your objections. And I'll give you a running objection to this witness's testimony. Like I said before, I didn't think it was relevant when we got into it the first time, but here we are. So
The state would object on that as well. It was only one question that was asked and it's not like I opened the door. He doesn't open the door by asking this question. That's irrelevant in the first place.
the objection's over. I understand what you're saying.
I really
But I
don't get
respectfully
what
disagree.
a
So, you ready?
35-year-old relationship
I think we're good.
with a guy who's gonna say yes
How would you,
is gonna change in this case.
yeah, thanks. How do you plan on doing cross-examination when it's her turn to ask questions? Switching chairs? Maybe you can set that up on the Elmo, perhaps?
Dennis, that's the worst part about being a YouTuber. Doing this, talking to the camera, it's weird in the beginning when you're sitting doing it for 0 people, but when you have to go back and listen because someone writes you you have a clip without any sound on it, so you have to start to listen to yourself talk before you upload the videos. Everyone thinks they sound different when they hear themselves on camera, but it's fun, and just don't go into it thinking you're going to be the next millionaire. If you like hanging out with cool people or maybe Twisted, make a channel. And gardening, I know people could use some tips on that. It's all the fun, and you meet some cool people and Twisted, and it's really nice.
Yeah, this is the greatest community ever. We are awesome, and y'all are my kind of people. So I don't know what that says about y'all, but I'm happy. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, and we like to promote people's channels if we know
Yes.
they're not either scams or ladies without too much clothes on. No,
Yep.
I think she's really annoyed. They want to bring in a prior relationship that she had before she was in a relationship with this guy back in 88 or 89. So it's a 34, I tried to math, 34-year-old boyfriend. It's a 35-year-old relationship that they want to say, well, she was manipulated, no words. She manipulated me in high school. Every girl manipulated those
Yeah.
hormone-ridden guys in high school. It's just stupid. I'm sorry.
After Nicholas told me how to stop any argument, I've been manipulating Mr. Mo all the time.
Just
Yeah. I win everything. It's
yeah.
awesome.
It's kind of like when we see a squirrel on chat and just go off. So yeah.
You can lose points if you just send him pictures of Nancy Pelosi's boobs, though.
In her age, having those,
That's why I said those are some young boobs.
yeah, I know, a bit too big. Yeah, maybe, yeah, do something or and the weirdest part is watching the trial and trying to talk to the camera. So you have to figure out how to kind of keep it eye line, because you want to feel like I'm talking to you, even though I'm just looking on a small, this is going to get clipped, a small camera.
Farrell says, "You're welcome," and done. Check and check.
Yeah. It's just stupid. I really don't understand why this was in.
Yeah, this, well,
but again, even if she did it, it's 35 years ago.
yeah, she was pre-Hose Beast.
I think it's, I really don't understand it, but no, 8-inch. Thank you so much, Lefty.
I believe
You,
I'm quoting Sal, but if you measure in millimeters, you'll always be shocked. Or something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah. But let's get back and see how this
Laptop?
35-year-old relationship really going to change everything in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And we are following along. We are live, Twisted. Just letting you know, you're caught up. We can't moan about it today.
It was at the jury.
Okay.
You'll notice a couple things. Our next witness is appearing remotely. This will be the only remote witness that we have today. I have to take care of some procedural things. I do want you to know that I've sworn in the witness. He is now under oath. We encourage everybody to talk as loudly as they can.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I haven't seen a Cool Frog on the other one's channel, but I've seen Lefty's. And Lefty did a magical thing this morning. I complained because I'm old that I couldn't hear him, and he turned up his microphone. So I would like to plug his channel. Everyone, if you are up late at night like Farrell, and you just want to shoot the breeze, let's say that, with a pretty cool guy, go sub to Lefty, because he's playing WoW. He's talking about a guy I won't mention, but Salbert might be related to him. The fish guy, I don't know. But he's doing all kinds of just nice, relaxed, cool stuff. And you can see him play WoW. I haven't played that for 15, 20 years maybe. But I can relive my youth through Lefty. So everyone, if you need a cool guy to hang out with late at night, for me it's early in the
Yes.
morning, please go and support Lefty. He's a super cool guy. He surpassed 60 subscribers. Let's
get
pump
him
his
up
numbers.
there. Yeah.
No, Farrell, he's not boring.
Auntie Lefty, I need to stay up later or get up earlier.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say. This one, WoW, World of Warcraft.
Oh,
That's what dogs say in Denmark. WoW. Well, when he gets older, he realizes taxes isn't that fun, so he'll change at that point.
It's difficult to hear as good as we can do. So with that, Mr. Duke, you may call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. The defense calls Mr. Keith Duncan.
And Mr.
Yeah,
Duncan's
and Farrell
present.
hangs
I
there
have
all the
sworn in
time.
As a witness, you may
Because,
proceed whenever you're ready.
she has a crush on him.
Mr. Duncan, you can hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Nope,
And
I
check
can't
the
hear you.
recording that- That's about as good as we're going to get. So if you can just keep
I'm
your
gonna,
voice up as much as possible.
Mo and Jamie, I'm
Right?
going to turn this way up.
Mr. Duncan, where are you
Yeah,
at right
so-
now?
I'm located in Tucson, Arizona.
And that's where you live, is that correct?
Lifelong resident, yes.
Part of the reason that you are not in court today is because you have to attend a memorial tomorrow, is that correct?
Yes, sir. My father passed away.
My condolences. I appreciate you being here with us, and we're going to get right to the point for the jury. Are you familiar with a woman by the name of Jennifer Faith?
Yes, my junior year and senior year of high school, I dated her, so that would have been her sophomore and junior year. We dated for a year and a half, 2 years.
While the two of you were dating, did you have direct experiences with Jennifer claiming that she had been abused?
Yes, almost immediately within our relationship, she started telling me stories of how her ex-boyfriend before me would rape, molest, abuse her. And if it wasn't just a one-time situation, it was a ongoing narrative story of how it was almost like a constant abuse.
And how did these conversations come up?
Normally they came up when, we were in an argument, we were, high school torment, gonna break up, she didn't want to do something, didn't want to go somewhere, so if I wanted to go to a restaurant and she didn't, we'd argue about it, and then she'd say, well, I can't go there because he did this to me in the parking lot.
You would relate to me a specific instance of a weight room incident that you remember.
So we have a place here in town called the Tucson Racket Club. Racquetball, tennis, swimming, volleyball. So when you're a teenager, it's a great place to go during the summer to stay out of trouble and have something to do. We went there together to hang out, and I wanted to go into the weight room and just get a small workout, and then she didn't. And we started to fight, and eventually she broke down crying, I can't go up there because my ex-boyfriend raped me. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? And she went on to tell a story that he pushed her down and used the bench press bar, big 45-pound bench press bar, to rape her. Now understand, this room has 3 entrances, 3 exits, cameras, and people coming in and out 24 hours a day. So when I questioned that, of course, then she, well, you don't believe me, and then you don't love me, and we're gonna break up, and then the tears. And it was always came back to the tears, just you don't understand and don't make me go through this.
So when you heard about things like this, did you suggest going to the authorities?
I absolutely suggested we need to go to the police, we need to get in touch with adults, teachers, and it was always, no, we can't do that. And then it would change, you know, I'm lying. I've lied about the whole thing. To which I would respond, well, if you're lying to me, then, you know, I'm sorry, we're done. Well, no, I didn't really lie to you. Well, then what's the truth? Well, you just have to believe me, and I don't want to talk about it. She'd cry and fall in my arms, but she never wanted to go to the police or authorities or do anything that would bring in outside scrutiny. She just wanted that attention, that caring, that, you know, playing the victim and, you know, take care of it.
Now, you two ended up breaking up over the summer. Was it between your junior and senior year?
My senior year, I graduated from high school. I went to go work up in Yellowstone National Park. We were going to do a long distance thing, but after about a week away, I kind of, you know, my eyes were open to a lot of things. I'm like, you know what, we're done. That summer, she went to Europe. When she came back and I came back, she immediately wanted to get back together. I told her, hey, I heard that you and Darrin had gotten together during this whole trip. She vehemently
At this point, Your Honor, I'm going to object. The narrative is going outside the scope.
Yeah, now it's just a.
Go ahead.
This
So
judge is like,
let me-
I'm
let
here
me
for
back
it.
you up
Though.
just a little
High
bit.
school drama.
Okay, so the two of you broke up over the summer and then you returned back to Arizona. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you learned that, do you know somebody by the name of Darrin Lopez?
Yes. I mean, we were small school. We all knew each other or we loved each other.
And and then you said that Jennifer then wanted to basically reconnect with you.
Yes.
Okay. And was anything communicated to you from Jennifer about Darrin Lopez?
Objection at this point, Your Honor, relevance.
It goes to the exact same action, Judge.
Can you approach the bench?
Yeah.
Because she's a drama bee, and all of us knows these drama queens. They can't exist without drama, and they will backstab everyone to get the
She's
drama.
like a Letitia. She's a Letitia that got someone else to do the job instead of, well,
Yeah.
oh God, Quincy Brown.
And it's just we really need someone to talk about me all the time, and the easiest way is she's the one who's always going around saying, "Oh, did you see the new pair of jeans that Jenny got? Oh, they were a little too tight, if you know what I mean." And then she'll go over to Jenny and say, "Did you see Chrissy's new pants? She should really not wear those pants with her figure." And then Chrissy and I can't remember the first name I said, they get into a bitch fight, and she's standing there in the middle of it and saying, "Oh, I really don't understand why we can't get along. I just want us to be friends." Everyone knows those girls. I hate those girls.
As a female, we also hate those girls.
Yeah, you would never do anything or cause any drama. You would never do that.
Well, not drama with the amount of backstory she has.
But it's just I can see it's a consistent thing that she's manipulating guys to get what she wants, attention. But again, from being a drama bee to being a 7-shot wonder, it's not the same thing.
No. I can see why the state didn't want this to come in. This is.
I know, I do too. I love it when he makes up his little scenarios.
Well, I like to paint pictures with words. It makes it easier to understand.
You should really get out your whiteboard and draw it for us also. My favorite.
I can't. I'm really not good at painting persons.
Mr. Duncan, did Ms. Faith ever ask or imply you to commit any acts of violence?
Violence.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
That was overruled. Just for that question, you can answer.
Go ahead, sir. And I'll ask it again. Did Ms. Faith ever ask or imply to you to commit any acts of violence?
Acts of violence, no, because that would have attracted attention from adults, but tormenting, bullying, vandalism, that was all accepted and encouraged.
Mr. Duncan, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your testimony. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Duncan, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is a relationship.
One of you has to mute the mic.
Might be easier for you just to walk.
That should be.
Mute the mic. Press the mute button. All of us YouTubers know that.
Oh my gosh, I love that they're having technical difficulties that we have.
Yeah,
When,
it's just
when you're
like us.
Okay, Mr. Duncan, can you hear me and see me? Okay,
Shut down one of the PCs.
thank you. All right, this relationship that you're talking about with Jennifer Faith occurred in 1988?
87, 88, 89, somewhere in those periods. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you dated for 1 or 2 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And she,
Year and a half, 2 years.
and she complained to you about past boyfriends?
To me, just the one.
Just the one, okay. And then you and she would fight a lot?
No more so than normal teenagers.
Okay, but you would fight about restaurants and where you were going and these are when these, and she would claim that she was abused?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that, she had some abuse in her childhood too?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so you are what age when you're dating? She's a couple years younger than you?
I'm probably 16 to 18. She's 1 year younger.
Okay, so you were 18 and she was 16.
No, if I was 16, she was 15, and 17, 16.
Okay, well, what was the age that you were?
I was a junior in high school, so I was probably 16.
Okay, so she was 15 years old.
I believe so.
All right. And in these relationships, even though she would tell you these things and you would fight, you continued to date her for 2 years.
Yes.
Okay.
We guys are.
And she never asked you, and the only things that came up were bullying and some vandalism.
Tormenting, anything that I could do to make this young man's life miserable, she was more than happy with.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. I pass the witness.
Just one follow-up question, Mr. Duncan. When you don't know James Faith at all, do you?
No, never had one.
But when you learned about his killing, you felt it important enough to reach out to law enforcement and relay this information that you have, right?
Yeah, because what she told me about her ex-boyfriend, she actually said the same thing about me to other people. I heard those stories come back.
Objection out of the scope and
Hearsay.
of this, and also he is not answering the question that was asked.
Yeah, that objection sustained.
And you did reach out to an officer Barnes, is that correct?
Yes.
And spoke with him over the telephone and relayed all of this information to him as well.
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further.
This witness be found excused.
No objection, Judge.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may stand down. You're excused from any further service. Thank you, Mr. Duke.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, we call Mr. Darrin Reuben Case.
Okay.
Oh, now it's getting interesting. I just.
Try to fix that. So take a brief recess, if you would, please. Go with the sheriff. Wait for the instruction. All eyes for the jury.
Oh, now it's getting interesting now.
Uh-oh.
Sheriff, the hallway should be sufficient.
Oh, this would. I just wanted to put this up. Can anyone remember the Mattress Girl and the lacrosse team? And
Yes.
It's almost like it's kind of par for the course for some girls to do that, because they know, especially nowadays in this hyper. I don't like to say, but there's been a lot of focus on those kinds of things, and it's a really easy way to get a lot of attention. And for a long time before AH, everyone was believed.
Oh,
basically.
Can you send David a link? I don't think I can.
I
send
sent
one.
him a link, but he's not going to my Twitter because we're contractually obliged to not be on the same stream. YouTube made us stay away, because we're just like Lefty and Farrell. There's too much sexual attention. Dave, you got the link? It says morning.
They had an early lunch, so typically this would be my time, but
I went to the link you sent me. I went to the link you sent me, and then it took me to a blank screen, and so I was screaming at Mo in the chat. I'm like, "Send me a link, Mo." But apparently, I clicked on the wrong link.
Yeah,
Hi,
he doesn't
Jamie.
want to support me. He only wants to support Mo, which I understand because Mo is awesome.
I thought Mo was doing the afternoon. It's afternoon.
they went to a really early lunch because
Yeah,
they
because
had
they
to
had
voir
to-
dire or
Yeah,
Whatever. You guys tell me one thing and do another. It's cool.
yeah. Well, you've been on with all the cool guys, so thank you for showing up on all our little people streams.
all right, Dish, how are they? I'm just
The
kidding.
business is
Are they
not as
just as
exciting as I
amazing?
was hoping it was going to be. This case seems way more fun.
You missed all the
You missed
craziness of a lifetime. Ugh.
yesterday was just a show.
I did watch part of it. I just wasn't able to keep up with it.
Well,
No, but
there was a
it's
lot
really
of dirtiness. A lot of dirtiness.
it's really interesting. The defense, they admitted he did it in the opening statement, and now they want to try to portray that it was because she was manipulative. But again, it doesn't take it away that he asked earlier in the relationship, "Should I call the police? Should I call the police?" And then he drove 8 hours and waited in a shed next to their house. It's really hard to say that he couldn't have stopped himself. It was a spur of the
self-defense.
moment.
It was self-defense, right?
No, he didn't do it. He pled not guilty. They haven't. He's going to take the stand now. So you came at the exactly right point.
This could be amazing.
Yeah.
But
he's Baker, what did you call it? He's vacillated between
it's like
the
he's,
lights on.
Yeah, he's concentrating really hard in the beginning of a statement. And then probably 1.5, 2 minutes in, you can just see the whale going over his eyes and he's starting to sit there. And suddenly he's blinking and the light turns back on. And then he's present again for like a minute. And then he's the only time he was really following along was when they read, a detective and the prosecutor read the text messaging between them, where one of the lines were, "I want to fill you up with hot hung." And she said, instantly wet.
Okay, so this is what we
With
need
that
to do. We need to
enthusiasm.
get copies of these, do a dramatic reading, but then like put their images up right here so we know who's talking.
Yes.
Do that.
How do we FOIA this? All of it. We need all of it.
Oh, that would be so gross and amazing at the same time.
So gross.
I know. I feel like we've enlisted a real legal person. We can do this now.
We can make it happen. I got the weekend, right? Let's do this.
Yeah,
I mean, they're doing their best though. But
yeah, but they redacted so much. I mean, just the 4-page smutny.
you know, they should have redacted some of the sounds they were making because there's no need for all that.
Oh, yeah. And how much was it? $150 for a sub-dumb lesson on YouTube?
I just want the quiz.
What? What? Dumb?
A sub-dumb.
The course.
He
Spell
was
that, please.
Sergeant Dumb. And we told Salbert if he's going to talk about it on YouTube, he could take the class and write it off on Texas.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Well, okay. Well, hang on. First of all, I'm going to tweet this out and say that the defendant is taking the stand and everyone needs to get over here, especially since it's a show business lunch break.
Yes. Thank you so much. Yes. Do all the twittering. 'Cause I'm...
You could start. I was just.
Yeah. He's not going to do well.
Well,
No.
I mean, they just want to show that, all they're trying to push is that they were in on this together and he was not being fooled by her. And I don't really believe that. I haven't believed that, but
No, and again, they brought in a boyfriend from 35 years ago to testify what happened in this case, because she was a drama queen. So it's really, I just thought that was an odd way. But you asked for an explanation before how she was like in high school. It's kind of like this.
Did you draw it out?
Her dog stepped on a bee.
Oh, baby.
That is the best thing I've ever seen. That made my day.
Can you see it? It's really pixelated on my screen. Maybe I should.
That's really good.
I should embiggen myself so people really can
Yes.
enjoy my.
It's amazing the composition.
Look at him.
And I'm just now realizing that your mirrored image,
Well,
your video.
That's
Do you
so
not
my,
like your left side?
I can't. My brain goes all kinds of funny when I do this, and it's the wrong hand going up, and I can't do it. Yeah, I can do it in.
I'll be right back.
Now I can't. My brain can't. I have to do this.
Oh, I know. It's so it is so difficult to try to figure out if you're like and I already left and right is just a hard thing to learn if you're me.
So that was her in high school. She was the little bee, going around calling all the other girls bees.
Ah. Oh, see, and I thought stepped on a bee. Well, we were confused.
Now I have to.
Well,
but no.
Oh my god, I love it.
We are
I'm back to normal.
interesting people.
Oh, we can touch our appearances now. I should do that. But no, I really didn't understand why to do that. It was a visualization of their high school time when she flew around and told everyone else they were the bees. It was back in the 80s, so they had a tassel shirt.
Oh, that's a tassel. Oh, well, that makes okay.
I was trying to
makes more sense.
Kind of like some pants, but I said I can't draw people because Dave is just getting here, so we wanted to bring him on to follow along, get along, go along.
Okay. And,
You just. Yeah, I'm not sure I can capture the full imagery of ScarJo and JLo and A-Rod joining these two people in Smexy times.
yeah, like that ScarJo reference was shocking because they're talking about doing it in a truck, and then Scarlett Johansson's in the back seat. I was like, okay.
And there are accoutrements and such, and they skipped so many of the parts that I never understood why Scarlett was there in the back
I
of the
know.
truck.
You really
I
need.
assumed she was kidnapped, but she seemed to be okay being there by the end.
Seemed okay, hanging out. Get it.
Yeah, when we get the big star on our small channels, we have to make certain. We have to just play along. Say you miss him and he's doing great, and you want to see him again. And is he streaming? Is he gonna cover? Please, everyone in chat, when he comes back, ask if he's gonna live stream this trial, if he's live streaming, and if he still is doing YouTube. He really likes those questions. So if you can do it when he comes back, just between us, because it will make him feel welcome.
Chat's gonna have to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Twisted. Finally, you said something correctly. I don't understand half of this stuff.
I understand a lot of it, but I don't want to with those two particular individuals.
I think we broke Jamie again. Everyone, you know what to do. Say hi to David.
Hello.
Hello, Kim.
I tried to eat lunch before this and I spilled it all over myself. So I had to get new lunch.
What were you having?
I was having butter chicken and I spilled it all over me everywhere. It was a disaster.
Dang it.
And so then I thought, what would be the best thing to eat on camera?
Jesus. Oh, this is gonna. George Costanza from Wish is gonna. God, I hope he does okay, but I don't feel confident.
What happened in the stream? Hi, Jamie.
Oh shit.
All right.
You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Please. Put your hand down. You'll be responding to questions first.
Ranger,
Mr.
I have
Sanchez,
no
and that's
idea.
also Ms. Mitchell. You may
What
proceed
trial
whenever
I'm
you're
gonna
ready.
stream next?
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Darrin Lopez, Darrin
I didn't
Lopez.
do anything.
And Darrin, where are you from?
What do you mean by that, sir?
Where were you born?
I was born in Berlin, Germany.
Really
And
happy.
then my father was in the military.
Oh,
A couple places. We were in Germany until 74. My father's active duty enlistment was up. From there, we moved to Las Cruces, New Mexico. My father stayed in the Army Reserve, and he was at New Mexico State University finishing his PhD in education. In 1980, my father became a professor at the University of Arizona in Tucson. So we moved to Tucson in 1980. And so from 1980 until present, my mom and brothers and sister are still in Tucson.
Okay. Do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes, I had 3 brothers and 1 sister. 2 years
He
ago,
has
my
traumatic
youngest
brain
brother
injury.
was killed in an auto accident.
Okay. And so you basically stayed in Arizona after your father got a job there?
Yes. When my father became a professor at the University of Arizona, he then also was attached to the Armor Battalion in Tucson there, and he was an executive officer. Starting with, he was, I believe at the time, a rank of major. And then,
I get it now.
He moved. He
Reindeer.
stayed in the reserves, which was
Everyone.
in Tucson and Phoenix, always active. I attended school there.
we are all going
And
to.
so graduated high school in
I'm gonna nuke
1990,
some
and then
Just start ignoring me.
I was 18 and thought I could do everything on my own and moved
Let
out.
me slow you down. There's a lot
Yes.
A lot of information you want to give. Do you come from a family of military individuals? Just your father? Are there other people in your family? who are in the military?
Both my grandfathers served in World War II. One in the Air Force and one in the Army during the war. They came back, and then
David, every
my
day,
father,
Lefty.
and then I followed in his footsteps. My father served his whole reserve time. He allowed to be longer, but he ended up retiring. Shoot.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, but he achieved the rank of full colonel. He ended up retiring out as the brigade commander of the Army Brigade there in Arizona.
So your father's still living?
No, my father's deceased now. He passed away years ago with lung cancer.
So you went to school in Arizona. What was the name of the high school?
High school was South Point Catholic High School.
And how long did you attend there?
4 years, from 86 to 90, all 4 years.
Kind of
freshman
happy to
through
put this
senior.
guy on the stand,
Was
right?
that an all-boys school, co-ed?
No, it was co-ed. That was where I met Jennifer, and that's the same high school that Keith Duncan went to.
The gentleman we just heard from right now.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's where we all know each other from.
And so you met Jennifer in high school.
Yes, my sophomore year. I was a band. I played trumpet.
I was a
I was
band?
also in extracurricular with the jazz band. Yeah, my sophomore year in the jazz
Oh,
band.
guilty. Jazz band, guilty.
My band director at the
Done some
time
jazz
knew
band, Mo. What are you
Jennifer. She modeled for his wife. She took local commercials and stuff like that. So his wife ran an agency, so So our band director knew Jennifer, that she played the keyboard, and we needed a keyboardist to play our keyboard bass for our jazz band. So he brought her in, and so I met Jennifer in 1987. Yeah, so she was 15. We were both 15 then.
So you met her through the band?
Yeah, we were together. Yes.
When you met her, though, how soon did you start dating?
Oh no, it was years late, a couple years later. At the time after we met, that's when I don't think she was with Keith yet. Later at that time frame is when she started dating Keith. From my understanding, she had dated Keith, like he had said, up until his end of his senior year, which was the end of my junior year. That's when they broke up. It's that summer vacation when they broke up that when me and Jennifer got together.
And so, just to get this straight, so Keith, the gentleman we just heard from,
yes,
had dated her first.
Yes, sir.
They broke up, and then you started dating her.
Correct.
Did you ask her out, or did she ask you?
No, it was a mutual friendship. It was, we were asked to join a special band representing the whole state of Arizona. I was in the band portion playing trumpet. She was also a vocalist. She was in the choir. This was a 3-week tour as basically students from all over Arizona. We came together, and then we traveled into Europe together, and we played in London, Paris, Switzerland. We got to tour Austria, Germany. So for those 3 weeks, it was when we arrived first in London.
Hey, Wendy.
Yeah, so we already knew each other. Even leading up to this, through practices and rehearsals, we were starting to get closer. So when we got there, we started to get together. I would say after the first 4 days in London, their next stop was in Paris. That's when I'd say, became an official boyfriend and girlfriend. For us, for me, we had our very first kiss was on the Eiffel Tower. Very memorable to me. Something that, will stay with me for forever. It was.
Did she look like she does
special.
now?
She was like,
Chinek
I'd
was
probably
not
say
in evidence.
I had dated a couple ladies, prior to, but Jennifer ended up being my first serious girlfriend for a long term, and started that way.
Okay. And so this trip was your junior year?
It was the summer between junior and senior year.
So eventually,
I think we can all explain this with one time at band
Of course,
camp.
the trip itself meant a lot to you also, right? Not just everything you went through with her there in that trip, the Eiffel Tower and places you visited in Germany, things like that, right?
Exactly. I mean, it was mainly, a bus tour. So we got to sit in the bus together. So we were together constantly. I would be able to hold her.
Like they're going to make him run
One of the things she always
alongside the
said
bus.
was that I always made her feel super safe. She was able to relax. She actually, would fall asleep a lot on my arms as I was holding her as we were traveling through Europe. We got to tour everything together. We got to see the Matterhorn, got to go close to the base of the Matterhorn, have lunch there. We took pictures, stayed in Zermatt. We got to visit, Austria, and then Germany was real big. Going through
Nothing
the
bad
rainforest
ever
with
came
her,
out of Austria and
being able
Germany.
to walk through the rainforest. And Germany has some awesome
Rainforest.
trail paths there. And as you're walking, there's just a bench shows up like under a tree. One of the
Germany
things is it
doesn't
started
have
to
any
rain
rainforest.
slightly,
Has a black
and so we
forest.
spent about a good 30
Well,
minutes under this tree on
he's
this bench
American,
just with each
Baker.
other. It's getting towards twilight, so as the rain ended, fireflies
Oh my God, I don't
came
want to
out,
hear about their
and
mute cute.
that's another
Meet cute.
strong memory
Yeah.
for me.
Now, after this trip, and this was in the summer,
Yes,
you got back from the trip back
Yes.
to Arizona,
correct.
continued dating when you got back.
We have our own band.
Did you
Yeah, we-
continue dating all throughout high school?
Yeah, we finished that. We continued
right.
dating until, I guess we separated in 1993. So we stayed together all the time.
93, that's when I left school.
When you graduated?
I'm muted. Damn it.
You're always muted.
Defense
I
number
was going to say, is that when you left?
I thought you said 287.
The sexual tension in here is just, I mean, I'm glad we have Jamie and me between. Wait a minute.
Yes, I do.
Damn it, don't-
That's a senior prom picture.
Yeah, watch out, we don't split you like
Right.
Jamie,
Mario.
if I look up, what am I going to see right now?
So I'd be 17. Yeah, going on. Yeah, because we graduated. My birthday's in June, so I turned 18 right as soon as we graduated. So 17. Almost going on 18.
That was taken.
Ja, jeg ved ikke, hvor han har været i Tyskland. Måske mente han bare, han var i
Yeah,
skov, hvor
well,
det
at
regnede.
we usually had it at a ballroom at one of the local hotels, like at the Marriott there. I don't remember, but yeah, that's where it was.
This is a black and white photo, but it hasn't been altered.
Probably go see a doctor.
It's a copy of it.
I used to play the tuba.
The things that are depicted in the photo, they've been altered.
Facts not evidence, Lefty. Facts not evidence.
No, not that I can tell.
Photos or it
Photoshop
never
foundation.
happened.
We've asked for evidence. You have yet to produce it, sir.
I'm going to have to start waking up at 2:00 in the morning to get some Lefty
You're
stream.
gonna see the pictures of this
He's
lovely.
Oh, Lord.
Are we going to see the pictures of when they were like childhood friends?
Yeah.
Yes.
Be worth it, man. Be worth it. Be worth it. His memory got to be way better than what she looks like.
Oh,
Look at him.
Oh,
that's
God,
not-
the taffeta.
That's not
proud
Yeah,
pictures.
you and her look much younger back then, obviously, than you do here today. But
So see, he had
took her to prom,
memories of her.
and then you kept dating her after senior year.
Yes, we stayed together. We
Guys ever go
both
back to a high school flame?
started to attend.
and look at
Actually,
them
she had.
today?
What?
Sorry. You guys
What
ever
is-
go back to a high school flame and look at them today, and you're like, "Oh my God."
I see
No.
quite a few of people from high school, and I'm like,
Well, of
No.
course you do, Jamie. You haven't left your hometown.
I don't go very far.
He was homeschooled. So she's like, I know all of my high school reunions.
the dog, the cow.
It's me. That's who I'm talking about.
Every time I look in the mirror.
I'm the only person.
Well, that's what I'm
And-
saying. Way better than she looks now. See, the idea. So when he started like messaging her and they're emailing, he doesn't have the picture of the blob that eventually emerged here. And
So, David, she has the Insta, you know, when you're a little bit fluffy, you want a longer arm, you appear smaller.
that's why I said, guys, know that trick, ladies. And so if you do the above the head photos, and if there's like no pictures from the waist down or the chest down, we know what's up.
Yeah. It's but again,
We've caught on.
they said during opening that he used these memories if he would ever be captured and tortured in Iraq, about them kissing under the Eiffel Tower and stuff like that. And I've been to the Eiffel Towers a couple of times. It's not that romantic. Paris
It is when you're like 16, though.
I was
He's
I wa-
imagining a world that no longer exists.
I was in Paris the year before them, and I hate that city. Well, I hate most places. That's not my home. I'm just like Jamie. I'm happy here, but the Eiffel Tower, it's kind of like Disneyland. It's way more. It's cracked up to be way more than it is. But again, he has traumatic brain injuries. He sees this, and she was a cute girl. I have to say that. You can see the chubness beginning in the arms, but that's probably and
Yeah,
and she
you
was-
can't. You can though. You could see it.
Yeah,
you could see it. She's in staying thin forever.
So, but I use a trick from us older guys. If you see arms like that, keep on the treadmill, or she's gonna fill in. But again, she's a cute girl, and he hasn't seen her for 27 years, I believe. So when he got back into it, and we saw his house was a mess.
Oh,
So
yeah.
and he had like 5 daughters or something, and an ex-wife, and again, traumatic brain injury. He sees her like this. It's just like Sal's Big Date or whatever that movie is, where he can't see. He sees
Shallow Hal.
Shallow Hal.
Okay,
Yeah. With
Only sees the inner beauty.
Yeah, and that's what
Much
he's
like my
seeing
rating scale.
when she's messaging him. He's not even looking on the Instagram angles. He's just thinking about all the things he's gonna do with her.
What 16-year-old her, but not.
Yeah, exactly.
She sent a picture with a fupa. I'm sorry.
Did though. She sent pictures of her and her husband. I mean, so he had an idea.
Were they all from like the chest up?
No, she had a couple like full body.
Full body. So he knew what he was getting into.
Well, I mean, they might have been older, but they were. It was okay. I mean,
I have a guy that I know that he before he married anyone, he wanted to make sure that she was skinny enough that if she gained 15 pounds, he would still find her attractive. And I said, well, what happens if she gains like 25, 30, 40 pounds? What are you going to do? Anyways, this is what I imagine here.
Yeah.
The Chinek was in waiting.
Josie wants the current pic. Where's the current pic? You guys showed it to me yesterday, right?
You have her like.
Yeah, she has the swamp hat. Actually, she looks like a roadie for Leonard Skinner in her current or her
Or a
mugshot.
band member for Leonard Skinner anymore these days?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Still a roadie. I don't know that she'd wear.
She's
Well,
already.
she's been convicted for life, so she pled guilty.
Yeah.
And she can't bring it. Her testimony can't be brought in, and that's the question Mo would ask you about. Dave, why can't they talk about that? They claim it's hearsay, but it's on the record.
So it's what it is hearsay. You mean her conviction?
Yeah, they can't bring in what she was convicted of or anything.
Well, the defense wants to do that.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Yes.
So it's a hearsay statement. It's not a court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's not. I mean, maybe she pled no contest to it. I don't know. A lot of times people will plead no contest to things, and then they can't be used against them and other things. But I imagine a conviction would be able to be used. So I'm not sure why, unless do we know for sure that she pled guilty and not no contest?
Yeah,
I believe
guilty and was sentenced to life without parole.
No, that was a federal case though, because this involved him crossing state lines. So I didn't know if there was a federal versus state component to it.
Well, hearsay is hearsay. So there's exceptions to it, and one would be like a certified record of something.
Well, they weren't even able to bring in her what she was charged with because Baker.
They could call her, right?
Wrong.
Yeah, but apparently they can't. And the 40 years was in the Bradley Yon case. She got 2 times 20 years. When I was on prom, I had to give one of those to a girl too. You Americans have weird traditions.
I know.
They're not as cool as the drunk bus, I will say.
I'm just trying to think of why they're. I mean, the court ultimately is the gatekeeper, right? The court would have said no to it, either on relevancy or prejudice or something. I don't know. I don't know why. But you said they specifically said no because of hearsay?
Well, they haven't really said why, because every time the defense brings up something
today they wanted to bring it up,
and
and
Jennifer show. It's not a Jennifer show. We're not bringing this stuff in.
Yeah, and she said it's hearsay. She said it more than once. It would be hearsay. It's against the hearsay rule, and yeah.
If the judge thought it was critically relevant, there are plenty of ways to get it in. If you can't subpoena her to appear because she's in federal custody and the federal court or the federal prison system doesn't have to honor a state subpoena, that would be a witness unavailable. So therefore you could get some of her statements in. I mean, there's a lot of ways that the judge really wanted to allow it.
I don't have my prom pics. You have to go
I don't either, actually.
I don't
You have to go
either.
to Geneseo to see if you can find that
I
somewhere.
didn't go to the prom.
I have my senior photos though.
Wendy's
Wendy's gonna get a copy of
her
those.
and the dogs.
I want to see.
Wendy H is getting a copy of those.
Well, let's get back to this so I can get my food.
Actually, already graduated high school. My senior year, she was actually attending Pima Community College, which was actually a college close to my house, like within 10 minutes. So a lot of her days when I was finishing my senior year at South Point, Jennifer was attending the community college there. In between her classes, she would come back to my house. She would hang out with my mom and my 2 youngest siblings at the time, John Paul and Yvonne. They were 2 and 3 years old. So, she was, loved by my family. We were together all the time. And after I graduated in 90, we both then moved up to Flagstaff, Arizona, and attended Northern Arizona University.
So you moved up there together?
Yes.
Did you live together?
No, we in both in dorms. We were freshmen in college, so we both had dorm rooms, but we were together. And then
When you got to college, you
Yes.
would still continue dating.
Yes.
Okay, you're still together.
Yes.
And did you finish college?
No, I only attended the first year. Like I said, I was 18, oldest of a Hispanic family with a Hispanic father that was a colonel in the Army. We butted heads. Me thinking I knew everything, chose my path to be on my own. And so I was trying to do this financially on my own with college, and that did not work out.
So eventually you stopped going to college.
Right. After I completed my freshman year. We both completed freshman year. And then she stayed in school. I stayed in Flagstaff and started working fast food.
And what did you do? What restaurant was that?
It was starting in Jack in the Box. And then I worked my way up to be assistant manager there. It was actually, since Flagstaff, Arizona, it's a bigger small city up in Arizona. And this Jack in the Box is the largest one. And actually for the state of Arizona, we actually do some of the most business. So it's very high business Jack in the Box. It's a corporate Jack in the Box. And so all my levels that I got to be trained in there, I was, corporate. I'm working my way up to being a corporate assistant manager.
And so did you end up entering the reserves around this time?
Yes, at the same time to help with finances. I knew my father was in the reserves. I knew how it worked. I had a calling to start with the military. And so then at that time, then I also joined the reserves, which then sent me away for, I'd say, 6 or 7 months to do my basic training. And then at the time I started out as a truck driver with the reserves. So AIT is Advanced Individual Training that we received. So all that stuff together was about, I'd say, 6 or 7 months time frame that I was away. It was during that time, that was in 93 time frame.
During this time that you were working at Jack in the Box and in the reserves, did you continue to date Jennifer?
Yeah, always.
Of course, you're sniping us while we get something to eat. But welcome, Wallstrom. Welcome, the expert. If you're sniping us, this is the trial with Darrin Reuben Lopez, the guy who unalived his prom date's husband after being manipulated, according to him. So welcome. And it's nice of you to drop by. Hello, the expert.
Hello.
Hey guys.
No, I think they kept being together even when he was in the military. I think they stopped dating when he was deployed. I'm not sure.
I think he'll probably say that, but that's what they said is like he went off to the Army, she went to college, and they kind of just broke up.
Yeah.
But he never forgot her.
Oh my, for the love of Cheetos.
Love of Cheetos.
Are they going to get into the text messaging?
That was yesterday. That
No.
was 18 hours.
No, with this guy though.
Oh God, I hope so.
I'm sure they're gonna have to. Like,
Thank you for rating. Thank you all for showing up. Please, if you haven't, go like and subscribe over on most channel. We are dual streaming in this case, and this is the defendant on stand. I bet the state will get into all the BDSM stuff.
Yeah.
Probably not the defense. And Dave is only here for the BDSM.
yes.
But thank you for the raid, expert.
Up
Yes,
until,
thank you.
like I said, I took off to actually go to training. As I said, it was at the beginning of 93. I took off to basic training in AIT. And at that point, she was continuing on with college. I was away I would call and write, but she started dating other people. And so we kind of, at that point is when our lives started to separate.
And the person she ended up dating is somebody you knew, right?
There was a couple of guys, but then I think you're alluding to would be her first husband, Mike. Yeah, when I came back, she told me, she had dated a couple other guys in between, and then she started getting serious with this man named Mike, who I got to meet, and he eventually ended up becoming her first husband, and he is the biological father to Amber.
Had you met your first wife yet at this time?
When I came back, yes, I returned working at Jack in the Box. My wife, Rebecca, came up from Phoenix to start working at Jack in the Box, and that's how we met, working there.
Aww.
And how soon after you met did you all get married?
Jack in the Box of love.
About a year later, I ended up moving down to Phoenix. Rebecca actually moved back early. She only stayed up in Flagstaff for a few months, and she had to go back to Phoenix. She transferred back down, or that's where her family lives. And so at the time in Flagstaff, we weren't dating, but we were friends. But I had a couple roommates that we shared an apartment with, and so we were all four of us were friends. And she would come over to our place and hang out a lot. So I got to know her there, socially. My friends were married, Pam and Todd, and they ended up having a young baby. And so they were moving back down to Phoenix because that's where Pam's family is from, so to help out with living. At the time, nothing else was happening in Flagstaff for me, so I decided to move with Pam and Todd and still be the roommate down in Phoenix. And I transferred into the restaurant where Rebecca was working. And so we reconnected there. And then at that time is when we started actually dating. I would say we dated, I guess, maybe 10 months, and then we ended up getting married in 94.
Now, around this time, is this around the time that you ended up entering the military?
Yes, transferring
microphone.
down to
Do they have an issue with
Phoenix,
this case on microphones?
Their Jack in the Box was
not
in,
using them.
Yeah,
I guess we call it
ignoring
a gang zone.
them.
I was the night manager. I would work overnights with Rebecca. She had 2 young daughters, which became my daughters, Summer and Ashley. At the time, they were 7 and 4. And so when after we started dating, became serious, we moved in together. And so then to help take care of the girls, I was the night shift manager. I'd work overnights, and Rebecca worked during the days. So I would get off at 6 a.m. Rebecca go to work. I would take care of the girls in the morning, get them off to school, sleep, and then be able to be with them in the afternoon. Then Rebecca would come back home. I'd take a little bit more of a nap, and then get up and go and do the night shift.
So when did you go into active duty?
Was he
I
married
went
at the
into
time?
active duty at the end of 94 because of the gang
Separate.
violence there. Especially on the weekends, they would come
What is-
around. There
did they
was
file
a
for
shooting
divorce?
next door in the Circle K. Kid got shot. He ended up running into my restaurant.
Yeah,
He
made
was
the
bleeding
top.
from his arm. I ended up putting a tourniquet on there, saved him. Called the called the ambulance, took care of him. We would get the gangs would come around.
Hi,
We'd have to lock
Iris.
our doors. They'd come around. They would mark all on their windows. And so at that point, I was in the reserves. I was getting fed up with this. I was thinking, if I'm going to live a dangerous life, let me go in the military. At least they give me a gun, teach me how to do so I can fight back and defend myself. So that's what,
Just
and
going
then,
with self-defense.
being newly married, it would provide a much better living for my family.
like
Her face is like,
To training for
No.
Who's that
for
one?
service in the military.
prosecutor.
that's the
Right, so
prosecuting
it'd be,
attorney.
I think they have it on my records. I think December of 94.
Her face is all caps.
I feel like her
ish.
husband.
Basically, I
makes
had
meth.
to, since I've already been through basic training, was in there. I changed job.
Wait till I ask you the question now. So we
Legally, from a legal standpoint, I don't know how
Okay.
any of this is
Okay,
relevant
I'm sorry.
or helps this case.
It's not. That's what I'm
Cool.
trying to
Ask the
figure out,
question
but I
ask you, and
don't.
then I'll ask you the
I'm not a
next.
lawyer, so I don't.
Okay, I understand. Sorry.
So you eventually go into the full service into the military.
Yes, sir.
Were you
It's
First, were
terrifying,
you always
really.
special?
Those first marriages, too.
Operations,
Special forces?
special forces?
No, sir. You're not allowed to. At the time frame, you had to be at the rank of E4. So no, usually that means 2 to 3 years in the service.
So so you were in the service for a little bit before you became special forces.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how long was that? A couple years?
94. So my first duty station was in 95. I was in South Korea for a year. And then I was with the Air Defense at the time. 96 came to Fort Lewis, Washington. And again with Air Defense. And then I applied for Special Forces in 1999.
And when you applied for special forces, you obviously got in, right?
Yes, sir.
And then, so what type of training did you have to go through?
Special Forces Reserved.
It's an intense training. Special Forces.
Oh, Lifetime movie would be amazing.
Yes.
To be a Special Forces unit, it's a 12-man team. It's comprised of,
Let me ask you this way.
Yes.
How long is the training?
Next, he's gonna say
for
he
me,
was
it took
a
3
ninja.
years. I got my medical training, and you do language training, and then you do tactical training.
So 3 years to become a part of the special forces.
Yes.
And were you always a medic with the special forces, or did that start later?
No, sir. That was my assigned duty job for Special Forces. That's where I got trained in.
And to be trained we hear of medics in the military a lot.
Yes.
What's the difference between a regular medic and a special forces medic?
Book definition. Yeah, book definition is I am trained to keep a critically injured casualty alive on my own for 7 days. In that, we are trained almost to the level of a physician's assistant in an emergency room. Basically, a physician's assistant's schooling takes about 2 years. Ours gets condensed down to 1 year. So like I said, it's highly advanced. Along the course, I'm also become a nationally registered paramedic. We do training. We actually go to New York, do training on an ambulance.
Okay, so you went through this special training, which is not everybody makes it, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so you go through the special training, you graduate, and then you are put into action as a special forces soldier, right?
Yes, sir.
And the people that you served with at the very beginning as a special forces soldier,
Yes, sir.
are those friends that you still see to this day or talk to?
They're my lifelong friends, sir. And I graduated.
Let me ask you this: are some of them in this courtroom today?
Yes, they are, sir.
So you go to the special forces, and then you are deployed out to do things in the world, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Right away, I was.
Where did you go first?
We kicked off. I was assigned to a 5th Special Forces Group in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, in end of 2002. 5th Special Forces is in charge of the Middle East. In 2003, we were prepping to invade into Iraq.
Sorry, Mo, for the new people here,
yes.
could you give a short update of what allegedly happened in this case?
Okay, so allegedly, Jen and Darrin got back together. He found her on LinkedIn, sent her like a very long email where he was still in love with her and all that. They sent back, the we're married and all that. He still wanted to pursue her. They end up having, in her own words, a full-blown emotional affair with all the dirty, smexy text messages. While doing this, Jen went full Chandler Halderson. She created an evil Jamie, so not our Jamie, but her husband persona, and a work husband, best friend sort of persona. She would use both of these persona, the evil Jamie, to claim that she was being taken to service men against her will, showing kind of
Wait,
stock
Jamie's
photo.
involved in this case?
Yeah, it's really weird. They kept using Jamie, and I was like, no, she's nice. I don't understand what's wrong.
I'm not like.
Her lashes mesmerized the men.
No, he was like setting up like
gang grapes.
Gang grapes for her and stuff. Like
While
ate
she had a fever and it made it better. Just the detail with which this woman painted these pictures, I don't know. But there were pictures, there were all the things. So she is sending to Darrin, the proof that her husband is being abusive, and her evil Jamie persona is also gloating about the fact that she is, being abused and he's hurting her just because they were talking, kind of thing. So Darrin does the sensible thing and says, "Hey, I'll call the cops. This sounds like a job for a police officer, not for an old special forces guy who can't clean his house."
Yeah.
Jennifer creates, was it Rob or
Rob? Yeah, Rob.
Rob, who is a real person, but her fake work husband persona, to email Darrin to say, "Look, I know evil Jamie, I can handle evil Jamie, but she really doesn't want, to have the cops
evil
called."
Jamie, just to distinguish.
Yeah. Well, because poor James Faith, also her name was Faith, and she's out here acting like a skank, which is just hilarious. But poor James Faith and this whole thing just goes out to walk his daggone dog, gets popped 7 times, one in the twig and berries by this mental genius who used his own car with a distinguishing decal on it. Neither
What's
of
the
them also
decal?
bleached, but whatever. They had
what
all the
where is it?
texts. It was a Tennessee Titans, I believe.
Oh, okay. I was like, is it a koala bear? Is it like
It's
a picture of a family
Calvin
with the
peeing
husband
on
missing?
a Ford
Yeah.
emblem.
And the most important part, she allegedly manipulated him within 8 months to do it, and he didn't even meet her. They got into all this BDSM and what he would do when he finally got the possibility to do it to her. You don't want to know, but go back and watch Mo's afternoon recap yesterday. The last 2 hours gets really spicy. If you are to enjoy gnome-built people talking about what they would like to do to each other, but they never
As
met.
read by very uncomfortable detective in a sharp 3-piece suit and man-eater lawyer lady. So with a flat affect.
This is all the crazy, but let's get back and hear
Yes.
why he did, because he was in the special forces and could keep a man alive.
So I deployed.
Nonsense. None of this matters.
They never talked about the PTSD before one of the witnesses was brought on today, and he was disqualified as a witness. So they haven't really talked. They might bring back the last guy who talked about the brain injury and his PTSD, which causes him to have attention deficit disorder. But according to what we heard in the expert qualification earlier, it's only a mild brain injury. But he's on a full boat from the military with a 100% disability. So that will be interesting. But let's get back and hear about all these very relevant stuff about what he did in 1994.
First to Kuwait, and actually on Super Bowl Sunday.
The first Iraq war, right?
You have a long
I believe so.
military history.
This guy.
20 years.
Yes.
Kuwait
was
that,
first.
That is the love child of Andre the Giant and the Night Stalker.
These are your military records. Have you had a chance to go over these with me?
Yes, I have, sir.
And do they seem complete to you?
Yes, they do. They seem like my complete DoD, the Department of Defense file that they have for me. Contains all my awards. My DD-214 basically is the.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Fine. We'll go over these later. This special seal is sent along with them from the government to show that these are the real.
Yes, sir.
The records, right? They certify them as being accurate. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, I would move to enter to evidence defense exhibit number 8.
Your Honor, the state's going to object to relevance to these records coming in at this time.
Any replies to the military records?
Your Honor, he goes to explain his experiences and his injuries that we're going to talk about soon.
Let me review the exhibit before I make a ruling. So the objection is sustained for now.
So you go into the military, and part of being deployed as in the special forces, though, there's something you have to fill out called a SEER card. It's come up already in this trial before, but again, what is a SEER card?
Yes, sir. SEER, S-E-R-E, stands for Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape. Basically, it's a school, one of the last schools you go to teach us how to act to be if we ever are captured by the enemy. So the SEER card for special forces we have to fill out prior to each deployment. And because on there,
I'm going to object to narrative. This is going to continue.
On the SEER card, what information do you have to put on it? And the reason I'm bringing this up, Mr. Wolf, is because this has to do with Jennifer, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Objection for narrative isn't really a proper objection.
SEER card relates to Jennifer Faith.
Yes, sir. On the SEER card, it's a, once I fill it out, it's a top secret document to be used only if I'm captured. In that, so you have to fill out boxes to put down pertinent information that only I know. So in the event of my capture, when I get hopefully rescued, the rescue unit can pick out specific questions that only I know to verify that it's me.
And so how does it relate to Jennifer herself?
So filling out these boxes, it's you gotta remember, it's 2003, it's the beginning of the internet. They want you to use only information that only I would know. And
so did you put Jennifer down on that SEER card?
Yes, it's not just the name, it's like a block of questions. So you have to put down like events. And so what I used was like, you know, my first a major girlfriend was Jennifer Nichols. You know, we met and we attended the band trip. Basically, I used the band trip for my summer year. So I put down our first kiss was on the Eiffel Tower.
We don't have those questionnaires because we just get told that you're gonna break anyway, and I was so low level, so no one wanted to talk to me about anything. And halfway through my deployment, they found files of most of the people who was deployed in my camp had already been leaked. So, but that was a different war.
I put down that, you know, we traveled and viewed the Matterhorn together. You know, we were in Zermatt, outside of the hotel there.
So you put all that information as it related to Jennifer in that card.
Yes, sir.
Now,
see, and then also, I'm sorry.
I know you want to say it, but
yes, sir.
We will be able to ask follow-up questions to me, so just to make this go smooth. All right.
Yes, sir.
So you put down Jennifer's name. You put down the memories you have of her. Why did you pick Jennifer and not anybody else?
You, like I said, you want to use something that only I know, that's also not accessible, hopefully, on the internet. So I couldn't use like anything from my current family, any current friends, anything current where people could look up, even like my close family. If any information that the enemy could get over the internet about me, that, you know, they could use against me that way.
Well, and then so does that have something to do with the fact that
I agree, Mo. You're gonna get crazy on cross.
when you are deployed in the military and off in another country, you have one life, and then when you're
Look at his fingers.
come back home, you have another life. Does that have something to do with that also?
Yes, for
He
me,
looks
that's,
like a
the,
child
that's the way
sitting at the dinner
I
table.
operated, you know, because also with this, you know, the thing you asked about the, you know, why I picked Jennifer is
Those are tiny hands.
also these memories you have to have in case,
baby hands.
you know, I'm captured. I could be captured for a long time, could be tortured. These memories have to be something that's ingrained in me, that I know when I am rescued, I'm going to answer the question, no matter what I've been through, for how long I've been through. So that's why they have to be very specific and very meaningful to me, to make sure
And
that I
that's why I
remember at
wrote
the
the
time.
first time I had a McRib.
You set off, and you
Never had
eventually
that
do you
in
go to what's the first place you go? Iraq?
Yes, sir. Well, we actually deployed into Kuwait, and we staged. I was, part of the initial invasion force into Iraq. We invaded in April 2003.
As part of your deployment there in an invasion of Iraq,
Also,
did you
second.
end up going to Saddam Hussein's palace?
Yes, sir. Well, my team ended up being assigned.
Objection, Your Honor, to this line of questioning is relevant.
Well, let's get to what's important then. Okay, we'll come back to that eventually. Were you injured in Iraq?
Yes, sir. A major injury occurred on my third deployment.
And were you injured before that also?
Slightly. I was blown. I had IEDs, improvised explosive devices, the road bombs, go off right next to my Humvee a couple of times during a trip to, and that started my concussion injuries.
And so, but then when was it that you received your most serious injury?
That would have been September 9th, 2005. I was blown up by two truck-borne improvised explosive devices. And during this event, it killed 19. The only four of us that survived were the four members from my special forces team. We were all injured. Greg and John were.
Let's talk about your injury.
Yes, sir.
He got some sexy emails in his right hand.
Sir, I was
he's left-handed.
Blown up twice by the two truck bombs within 30 seconds of each other.
Now, in the part of the presentation that the state gave, they actually showed a picture of the car, the truck that was blown up. I'm sure it was marked State's Exhibits, Defense Exhibit number 9 and 10.
They're saving that to Exhibit
Are these
100.
pictures of that explosion or the aftermath of the explosion? I think one of these has already been shown as a part of the state's case, but these are pictures.
Yes, I know. I saw in the state's case that were part of an email I sent to Jennifer, talking about my injuries. Yes, so these are the two trucks that were blown up.
I'll move to enter the evidence defendant 9 and 10.
No objection.
They're admitted, you may publish.
Yeah, this is definitely not cool to me, but
He's probably willing to do it.
But they
Now, what we
didn't
see there
allow
is that the
the
truck
expert,
that had
right?
the-
But they're allowing this.
they allowed the
nitrate
medical
in it that blew
expert.
up.
They did not
It
allow the
looks
sort
like
of
the front
cultural
end of one of
anthropology.
them. There was two.
military
These were
culture expert.
both 5-ton dump trucks, the real large dump trucks. In each truck was 5 55-gallon drums of the
Josie has a
ammonium
crush on
nitrate.
this defendant.
Is that similar to what was used to blow up the Oklahoma City building?
Well, he wasn't a friend.
The exact same stuff.
Didn't get any action.
And this is another part of that explosion, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you when you were near that explosion,
Yes, sir.
what injuries that you received?
On my face, I was shrapnel wounds on me.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
Did you receive a brain injury?
Yes, sir.
Objection sustained. Go ahead.
Did you receive
Yeah,
a
you
brain
gotta
injury?
wait for the ruling on the
Objection,
objection, counselor. You can't
Objections to
just
brain injury
fire
is
off
over.
another question.
Allowed to get into the brain injury, and then we can move along.
You received a brain
This
injury.
judge is
Yes, sir.
keeping
You
a
were
tight
treated,
ship.
right?
Yes, sir. And then also my eardrums are blown out. I have tinnitus in both ears.
And so, as part of did you stay in the military after that explosion or no?
Sir, I stayed on deployment, sir. I recovered for 5 days and was back on duty.
And is that when you received your Purple Heart for?
Yes, sir.
You also received two gold stars, right?
Bronze star,
Objection, Your
sir.
Honor, relevance.
Objection sustained.
Just to
And so,
this.
Hey, the question got out there.
You see these injuries, and eventually you're treated for them.
He's a hero. ladies and
to the United
gentlemen.
States, right?
Be arguing
What
that.
a dumb one.
Eventually, sir. I don't get diagnosed with that traumatic brain injury until the end of 2009. So that was basically after my 5th deployment is when I officially got diagnosed with the brain injuries due to that explosion.
And was that diagnosed here in the United States?
Yes, sir, at Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
So just to reiterate, this explosion happened on which deployment?
My 3rd deployment, sir.
And so you served 3 more deployments before you were brought back to be diagnosed.
Objection relevance.
It's to prove that
We've
he
already
was a
started down this
hero.
road.
All right.
Go ahead.
So you
You can
served.
answer that question. I didn't get an answer.
Thank you.
Please let me make a ruling before you
Oh, I'm
ask
sorry.
another question.
I'm sorry.
You can answer that question if you recall.
What are they saying? I can't
You
hear
recall
or
it?
understand.
The question, do you recall the question?
No, sir.
What deployment was it? How many deployments did he serve before he was diagnosed with a brain condition?
I was after my 5th deployment when I was diagnosed.
Okay. All right. So you're diagnosed, and is that at Fort Campbell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're diagnosed, and eventually, did it lead to you being discharged on 100% disability because of your injuries?
Yes, sir. Eventually.
Okay. And when that happened, where did you go? Did you come back to? Where did you come back to? Arizona? Where did you move back?
No, sir. I stayed local. We fell in love with Tennessee. We were living there since 2002.
Maybe Valhalla.
No, I stayed local. I was already at that time living in the residence in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee. I moved there in 2008. So no, I retired out of the military and stayed there.
Let's move forward to 2018.
There's a lot of disabled vets that don't go around
You
killing
and
people.
Rebecca had been married for a while.
Yeah, it's
I believe
almost like
23 years, sir.
it's not an excuse.
And you're
Yeah, none of
married
this
for-
is relevant. I mean, the
Yes, sir.
closed head injury could be, but
Yeah, but then you have to bring on a medical person saying it was his
you're
injury
married for
to the
17
frontal cortex that
Yes,
did
sir.
it.
So you're living in Cumberland.
yeah, they
Furnace,
haven't won,
Tennessee.
right?
Yes, sir.
They have
That's
someone
no longer
who
living with
might
you.
have sort of
Uh,
have read his
and
medical
so
papers.
you live there. Do you live by yourself, or did somebody? live
None
with
of
you?
his
My
experts
3
give a
youngest
lot
girls
of
at the time were when
confidence.
when we split up, the 3 girls initially stayed with me.
And
She's in
so,
contact with him
at this
in
time,
some kind.
From 2018 to 2020, were you being treated for traumatic brain injury?
Yes, sir, and PTSD.
Okay, that's the diagnosis the doctors gave you.
Yes, sir.
And so you're living by yourself. You are or your daughters
To begin with.
to begin with, and then there came a point where you were the only one living in that house, right?
Yes, sir. Once Rebecca left,
Objection non-responsive.
Meeting after yes, sir. Technically non-responsive. Go ahead, ask another question.
And so in 2020, you're living there by yourself. COVID hits, and you reached out to Jennifer Faith.
yes, sir.
Why did you reach out to her?
That 2019, I became extremely depressed. That's when the girls actually ended up moving away from me back to be with Rebecca. So I was by myself. For that full year, I had no contact with even with my buddies. I became extremely depressed. January 1st of 2020, I made my New Year's resolution to get back into life.
Jung, I believe this guy's
And
exit's
that's
far,
when
far, far
I
away from
reconnected with my buddies, and at that time frame, started to look for Jennifer.
Am I right?
Have to.
No, she had something to do with his economics.
Yes, sir.
So
Is that because she was so important for you?
Well,
in
maybe
the
that's why they're
military
still
and in your
married.
past life?
Or they were
Yes,
at the
sir.
time.
Yes.
And so you reach out to her, and we've seen where you contacted her on LinkedIn.
Yes.
Okay. And how did that make you feel when she responded to you after initially?
in the pants
not
area.
knowing if it was you or not?
I ecstatic. It took me a couple months of internet searching for it to find her, and finally came across her Twitter and LinkedIn, and was able to reach out.
Sought her out.
Yes,
Just
big
so we're
time.
clear too.
And she was like,
do you have
"Ooh, I
internet
got
service
this tool that
where
would
you
do
live,
whatever
or
I
had to use your
want."
phone to as a hotspot?
It was a mobile hotspot. I live out in the country with nothing.
So you finally, as we've seen in the email,
Yeah.
you reconnect with her.
Just
right?
just to stick to the normal
as part
ones.
of your
I'm gonna lose weight. I'm gonna
New
hit the
Year's
gym. I won't drink that
resolution
much.
to reconnect with people.
To find my
And you started emailing.
1984.
Has anyone ever done that and then saw the picture and was like,
Yes, sir.
"Whoa."
I wanted to, when I reached
Sorry, I have
out
bad
to
connection.
her,
I can't open your
I
emails.
wanted to thank her and let her know what she did for me for all these years. For the 10 years that I was in combat,
She looks like
what she meant with me and how she helped me through it. You know, prior to each deployment, I would have to fill out that SEER card.
Oh, for God's sake,
And then
stop
you-
talking about the Eiffel Tower.
And don't talk about her and
So
start
you,
crying.
you wanted to reach out to her. Was your intent to break up her family?
No, sir. You clearly see that in the email that they showed yesterday.
As a matter of fact, at what point did it start to get more than just hello, I'm here, I remember you? As we see, you know, it starts. You said at some point you start professing your love for her.
Yes, sir.
The
I mean,
second
I
email.
was surprised yesterday to
Pretty
see
much,
how
Baker. It
rapidly it was.
escalated
If you had
quickly.
asked me, I would have said it took a couple weeks, not just a few days.
It's not the
But
looks
right away,
now,
she
it's the
started telling me
difference between
about
the looks then
her
as you
relationship
remember it
with
and
Jamie
the looks now.
and how
That's
it
the,
was
whoa, what's going on here?
not emotional and no physical love there. And so that's when it started to grow.
You talked about a 5-year plan with her. Can you tell the jury what that's about?
Yes, sir. I mean, as you know, after we were reconnecting, talking about it, found out that, you know, she was a little bit distant from her husband, you know, if possibly we wanted to get together. And you know, I'm still going through a divorce. I wasn't divorced yet. You know, my daughters were in school. I was not going to move from where I was. My daughters were going to finish high school, all of them. My youngest at the time was in 8th grade. So it was going to be 5 years before she graduated high school. So before I would move anywhere to maybe be with her, it was going to be a 5-year plan.
And was that your plan, or was it both your plans? I mean, who
It
brought
came, no, I came from me.
Okay.
You know, I said that, you know, I will not be able to do this. You know, it's going to take 5 years.
Now, you eventually, over time, I mean, we've seen the emails over time, eventually, you received information that she was being abused. Is that true? At some point?
Yes, text messages.
Do you
So the
remember
first
him
time
testifying about the
you
Eiffel
heard
Tower?
of abuse
I find
through
that's
text.
Yes.
that's leading
And
to what he wrote.
prior to,
Was he at the
and
Eiffel
who was
Tower?
that
I didn't know.
reportedly from?
Yeah, and in the rainforest in
Turned
Germany.
out to be, it came from Jennifer Faye's
American
phone,
geology.
but it popped up. I believe the text message at first was, you know, I know about you two. I'm going to take it out on her.
She pled
Meaning,
guilty to
I was reading
hiring
it as
him
it was
as a
coming from
hitman.
Jamie.
What did you think? I mean, were you surprised by that?
I was in shock.
Now, wait. And that was coming from Jennifer's phone.
Yes.
At any time during this whole episode, at any time, did you ever get a text message directly from another
Yeah,
phone?
the rainforests in Germany.
That was Jamie Faye's phone.
No, sir.
It was always through her phone.
Correct.
So the first time you got this message where he says, you know, I found out about you, you look at it, did you respond to it?
Yeah, I believe so. And, you know, I was like, what do you mean? You know.
Now, were you kind of confused as far as why, you know, like,
yeah,
is Jennifer playing a joke on me, or like, why is this coming from her phone?
Oh, of course, Dave left. Isn't this leading? He's just setting it up so he can say yes, no. But of course,
I think
on
he's
track.
trying to not let him meander too much.
Yeah, because the judge has struck them 2 or 3 times now, saying, "Get to it." Oh, I have to put this on. So yeah, and no, we haven't heard anything important up until now, other than he was deployed and had a brain injury. They haven't even talked about how the brain injury made him do things. So yeah. No, the DA has been giving objections.
Correct. You know, when it came in there, you know, I was confused on, you know, exactly who was sending it.
Okay. So you get this message, what do you do?
Like I said, I text back, you know, like, what do you mean? And I believe then is when he said, you know, this is Jamie. I found her phone and I see you two have been texting. And, you know, and he was upset about it.
Okay. Now, prior to that message, though, you and
John, we have a lot of sympathy for this man, but it's still, it's just like the ship business. Yes, she was a troubled teen too, and did a lot of drugs. It's just not enough to take away that he walked up to a man out walking his dog at around 7 a.m. and kablowed him 7 times because his prom date lied about abuse. So, and no, he's not an evil murderer. He's just a guy with a traumatic brain injury who was misled by I can't say the B word, but a B word.
Jennifer had talked about him, right? Did she relate to you that they were, you know, not as close as they used to be, or they weren't intimate as they used to be, correct?
Correct. Yeah, she told me that they had not.
Again, yeah, everything could get the jury to look at something, but again, they didn't even meet. There's no evidence of what she claimed the husband did to her. It's still just a man doing stupid stuff because of love, and that's just as doing drugs and doing stupid things. It's not an excuse. And you have to remember, he drove for 8 or 9 hours, waited in a shed to go and do the deed. So it's not a spur of the moment, I have to save my queen thing.
Sexual intercourse in 4 years.
Mass needed me to pause.
I'm going to show you. It's not really it's already an exhibit. It's a copy of an email, first email that one of the first emails where you received from Jennifer.
What number is that?
It's actually already in evidence, and it's part of the state's record, right? What is it?
Listen, I appreciate that. It may be, but if
I'll
you're
mark it.
pulling it out, once you mark it, just so we can be clear on the record what we're talking about.
Trying to save some paper here. What am I on now?
Thank you so much, Kim.
Defense 11.
Thank you.
Any objection to defense 11?
It's already in evidence.
No objection. Defense 11 is in there.
Now,
no, this is Texas,
Saturday, April
not
11th,
Arizona.
Do you remember this email that you received from Jennifer, where she's forwarding
Read it aloud.
you
Read it aloud.
an email that was purportedly from Jamie's babe?
Yes, I do.
Is this the dead guy?
And that was an email where she's telling you that he wants to put her on this vegan meal plan, right?
Yes, and the important thing is there's the 1,200 calories.
He's just trying to help his wife.
Like I said, April 11th already. Abuse had already started happening.
My husband wants me to lose weight and eat healthier. It's abusive.
You know, because I initially made
I've only told him no for 4
on March
years.
17th, so we're talking already 3 or 4 weeks into it.
This is my question.
Yes.
My question is this the first time or one of the first times that you had seen Jamie's email address?
That's the very first time.
Very first time.
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah.
the very first time that you see his email address.
Yes.
Is when she forwards you something that you believe had been emailed to her by Jamie.
Yes. Jennifer told me Did
you
I believe,
encourage it,
talking
sir?
on the
You
phone.
should have encouraged her to lose the weight. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the vegan part that makes it. That's the mitigating factor.
It really is abusive. No, I'm just kidding, you guys.
There's a lot of fat vegans, though. I mean, I can eat candy all day long and still be vegan, technically.
Yeah, but again, if
I
the
love
next email
bacon.
is you have to follow this CrossFit workout, then it's okay. Then he's free to go.
That
Josie.
Jamie and Jeremy thought she was a little chubby and she needed to lose weight, and so they were going to put her on this 1,200
Her
calorie
as a
diet.
fluffy, that's not a little.
You know, ladies, it takes effort to keep the attention of us men.
Do you have any reason to believe that that's a fake?
It takes boobs and a hard
No, sir.
breeze.
So she sends you this innocuous email with that in there. Now that you're sitting here today, to make it look like it's a real email. Is that true?
Well, yeah, no, sir. She called me on the phone and said, "I'm forwarding this to you. This is what Jamie sent to me."
So from then on, whenever you would respond in an email who you think or talk to Jamie.
All the women in the chat are like, "Yep, the murder was justified."
The
Not
Jamie
guilty.
Faith email?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's almost like being healthy is a bad
No,
thing. Or no, how about they were both going to go on a meal plan? They were both fluffy. Ugh.
The
Fluffy, is that
stories
what
of
you call it
abuse that Jennifer was relaying to you. We see some emails where she's doing that, right?
Yeah.
Was that, when she was telling you about the abuse, was it always through an email?
No, mainly through text messages.
Okay, through text messages.
Text messages, yes.
Was she also telling you on the phone? So in other words, all your conversations were not just text messages, they were also speaking on the phone with a voice.
Yes, sir. Yes. No, that's why, eventually the text started. I was confused at first. And then, after that first night, she was able to call and let me know that, hey, Jamie, starting to take my phone from me and sending you messages. I'm sorry. And so then, yes, over the course of time after the abuse started, when she would be able to call, then I would hear her voice and she would again relay what had happened and, be crying about it and upset.
How did you feel about that?
I was in shock. I, didn't know what to do. I was upset and, I wanted her to, get the authorities involved right away.
Let me ask you this. Now, the fact that she was texting, or he was texting you through her phone, eventually did you and her work out a system where you would know it was really her texting you and not him?
Yes, sir. That's when we used my Special Forces team number, which is 575. So I told her when she writes to put down 575 right away, or if I just received a random text message, I would ask team. And so if I got the response 575 back, I knew it was her. If I got any other response back, like maybe like Green Bay Packers or Patriots or something or other, then I knew it was Jamie.
So,
Those are some small hands.
Text, you immediately wanted to involve the authorities?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you? What was the reason that you yourself just didn't pick up the phone and call the police?
Wendy,
that real bad one night, and I threatened to do it because at first Jennifer didn't want me to. After the first two times, I was like, we need to do something. And it was like, I believe the third time it got real bad that night. I had texted, I'm going to call the cops right now. And I actually looked up the phone number for Dallas PD. I texted that I got the phone number and I'm calling now. And then all of a sudden my phone rings and it's her calling me and saying, no, don't. He stopped. So the first few times.
Defense of others.
That was what would stop me.
Yeah.
And she didn't want the cops involved right away.
Why didn't you?
But again, he has contemplated calling the cops, and he had to drive for 9 hours.
She said that
it's kind of hard to make it stick. That
she started blaming it on herself, and me by getting together, and she did not want to hurt Amber. Amber was living with them at the time. It was COVID had hit.
So the reason she didn't want to call the police was because she felt somehow responsible because she was with you, and that maybe that.
Yes,
she didn't want to involve it.
that she set it off. That she, was doing something against their marriage, and so she was taking it like it was
Talking
her
about you
fault,
on the
and then she
expert
did not
maker.
want Amber ever find out what her dad.
Sorry?
I said they were talking about you on the expert. They were just saying that you get first crack at your business.
Thank you. But she'll have to fight Jody for me.
I was doing to her mom.
So, is this around the time that you
She absolutely
started
played this
sending
guy
emails
reindeer.
to Jamie, in which you were threatening him to call the police or tell him to
He
call the
still
police?
believes she
Yes,
loved
sir.
him. We could see it yesterday.
But you never called the police, even when you said I just called.
We had text yesterday. She had a friend in Arizona she used to work with, where she said, "Well, I got in a relationship with this guy," and then after a couple of months, maybe weeks, I can't remember, she texted her and said, "No, I had to cut it off. He was way too intense," and he's still sitting there smiling, and so she lied to everyone, and well, allegedly he had a real nice life insurance, 300 or 600K.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's if she calls him right now, he would go and meet her. It's scary. He's that obsessed with her.
Yes.
The police.
Correct, because
He's obsessed with
it
the
was
fantasy
building
from his
up
childhood.
through the phone calls. Jennifer finally told me, Darrin, if you call the cops, I'm going to deny everything, so don't get them involved. And I really don't want Amber to know anything about this.
So she told you she wouldn't cooperate. If the police got there, she'd tell them nothing happened, and then she wouldn't basically like send the police away.
Correct.
Did she also relay to you that also if the cops came and then she sent them away, that it would go worse for her later?
Yes, during the texting.
Why isn't this leading?
Well, it might be, but they're not objecting, so it doesn't matter, right?
No, they just want to keep it on track. So let the defense attorney run the show, so we can get through this, so he doesn't stumble around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this might be a type of witness where at some point the state realizes that you need to lead this witness. Otherwise, he's going to go off on all sorts of tangents.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was more of a like keep him focused kind of thing because he's a narrative guy.
Prior to this, if I would respond, because Jamie would write out what he was doing to her. If I responded, it would get worse. And she would tell me this on the phone later in time, that if I ever responded to stuff, Jamie would take more out on her.
So the reasons you weren't calling the police were because she asked you to not to, because she felt like she was the cause of it, first of all.
Yes.
Also, then she told you that she wouldn't cooperate with the police because she didn't want Amber also to find out what her father was doing to her, correct?
Correct.
And then also because it would go worse for her after she wouldn't cooperate. She didn't want to have to deal with that.
Correct.
So you took it upon yourself to send emails to the person you thought was Jamie Faith, to threatening him with going to the police sometimes, and also going to his job, right?
Correct.
Let me back up here a little bit about going to the police. Okay. Did she make you promise or give you a word that you wouldn't call the police?
Yes, sir. She made me swear that I would not call the police and that I would never
that's
tell
obviously
Amber.
Binding.
It was a pinky promise,
She
Dave.
knew how close I was to my daughters. And so I understood why she wanted to protect Amber.
And you giving your word as a military man, what does that mean?
Oh, for God's sake.
Everything, sir. It's
Josie is
Face.
predicting it correctly.
my honor. I'm going to do it. When I give my word, it will be done.
That was part of it also, and because you loved her.
True. Yes, sir.
Now, we've seen some emails where you say, I've
So was
called
he
the
now saying he
police,
did it?
or I'm about to call the police to
Yes.
Jamie. Were those just ways of trying to scare him?
Yes. At the time I was trying to scare him. And then also at this time, I was trying to, when Jennifer would call me, I was asking to who else what other friends that she can tell. I started asking her to give me somebody else to talk to that. So, maybe somebody else could help.
Because you were in Tennessee.
I was in Tennessee, and I knew them for what, 3 weeks, and this was started. And so, Jamie doesn't know me. I don't know Jamie. So I was hoping to get somebody that knew them both, that maybe, get somebody else involved. They can talk to Jamie and get this to stop.
Is that when the persona of Robert Schmidt came into play?
Yes. Rob Schmidt, but before even any of this started, when we were starting to get to know each other, Jennifer told me about Rob. They were work partners. They've been work partners from Phoenix for like 15 years. They got promoted together, and they were working out of Dallas.
So you had heard of Rob before?
Yes, sir. I knew he was a close work friend.
So when she suggested him to you, you trusted that they were good friends?
I was thankful. It took me a couple weeks to actually, get anything from Jennifer to, a phone number or email, somebody for me to contact to let them know what was going on.
Let me back up a little bit. Did you ever ask for Jamie's number?
I don't think I ever asked for Jamie's number directly.
Why is that?
I believe from that one email, I got from Jamie. It stated that, Jamie was going to call. He's like, I was going to call, but I knew we would start fighting. So I just kind of took it that, it probably wouldn't be good for us to talk on the phone that way. Like I said, he didn't know me. I didn't know him. I wanted somebody he knew to make that first voice phone call to him other than me.
Now, we saw in your first email to Rob, you started with basically, I got your email from Jennifer.
Yes, sir.
And that's how she actually gave you the email, right?
Yes, Jennifer finally gave me the email, and I was happy. Like I said, it took me a couple of weeks working on Jennifer, saying, you have to, we have to stop this. You don't deserve to be hurt this way. We need to let somebody else know.
And were you led to believe by the person that we know now was Jennifer, but back then you didn't know that?
No, sir, no idea.
Did you come to believe that Rob was actually helping?
Yes, I did. I mean, I wrote, you saw the emails yesterday. We went through them, quite a bit of detail, but, even I gave my phone number at first to him with all the information and any suggestions that I had to hopefully, get Rob to act and to respond. And
now this Rob person assured you that he was going to talk to Jamie about it, right?
Yes.
And you believe that he did?
Yes, I got that belief from, phone calls with Jennifer. Jennifer would tell me about the phone calls between Rob and Jamie. So she was telling me, I was getting the emails from Rob saying, I called Jamie, and then I was getting, voice, talking to Jennifer herself saying that, yes, Rob called, they had this phone call. Or, when I get the emails where Rob said, I'm talking to Jen would later tell me on the phone, yes, Rob just called and we talked.
Now, in that first email that you wrote to Rob, at the bottom of the email, you give him your phone number.
I do.
Like, first question,
Did he ever
were
attempt to
you
call you?
hypnotized by her vagina?
Anybody trying to act like Rob?
No, sir. Nobody called. It was all email, but I was happy for that. I was getting response. I thought, it was happening because then, Jennifer would tell me on the phone that, Rob called Jamie. Like after that first time that he said he called, Jamie was really
Definitely part
upset
of it.
about stuff, but the abuse stopped for a couple days.
Did you think it now, of course, now looking back now, knowing what you know, but at the time, did you think it was odd that you were never speaking to Rob and on the phone or Jamie?
No, honestly, at the time, no. I was just relieved to have a third person involved in Rob. Like I said, I never, after that initial message from Jamie to me saying, he didn't want to talk to me, I never really considered talking to Jamie himself. I would have talked to Rob. I asked for his phone number. Jennifer would never give me his phone number. She would never give me Amber's phone number. I asked for both of those phone numbers. She would never give me either one of those. And that I started out first asking for phone numbers, and when she was negative, then emails. That's why I said she kind of, she would leave me on for a while, and then finally gave me that email to Rob. I was so happy just to speak to somebody else. I took it for being Rob.
And the reason you were relieved because you truly thought she was being abused.
Yes, sir. Yes. I mean, not only the text messages, but again, from her voice herself, telling me on the phone what had happened.
And at some point, there came another character into her emails to you or messages. Jeremy.
Yes, sir.
What did you think about Jeremy?
I thought he was a bastard. The way I got introduced to him was on a Friday night, him showing up at 1 a.m. with Jamie and Jeremy taking Jennifer back to Jeremy's place to abuse her.
And we don't have to go in depth as to what was said in those emails. The jury saw it. You don't have to keep reiterating that, but we'll call it abuse for now.
Yes.
But it was enough that it made you alarmed and it made you feel that she was in danger, correct?
Yes, sir. It made me sick. I was losing my mind at these times.
Were you having trouble sleeping because of it?
Oh yes, I mean, and then you noticed yesterday for a lot of the phone calls were happening at midnight, 1 a.m. I wasn't sleeping. That would keep me up, and then it would go quiet for a couple hours, and like 3 or 4 a.m, then Jen would text, "I'm okay." She would send the code 575, "I'm okay." But yeah, I was not sleeping well at all.
So it's kind of like Farrell and Lefty.
Just to show the timeline.
I'd rather hear their smexy emails.
Sorry.
Farrell, Lefty, disclose. We're going to read through them. Why does this court keep laughing?
Because it's so funny.
Because you have Forrest Gump on the stand.
But that was like a studio audience from a television show.
Okay?
Thank you.
And then we'll take a break. You all right? Yes. Okay, very good. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
So just to follow along the timeline, you all reconnect in March of 2020, a few weeks, maybe 3 weeks after you reconnect, you start receiving information through text messages that you believe are Jamie, that abuse is happening to Jennifer, right?
Yes.
And then that goes on for a while until you act like, or not act, but you threaten to go to the police, and Jennifer also introduces Rob, right?
Yes, sir.
And then when she introduces Rob, you believe it helped, and that you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to leading at this point with this line of questioning.
Sustained.
So did you believe that Rob being introduced and him getting involved helped the situation and lessened any type of abuse that might have happened?
Yes, initially at first. It did, because that's what she, I heard on the phone. And then even in the emails I saw yesterday that even Rob told me. He talked to Jamie, and initially for that first like 3 or 4 days, it stopped.
When it started happening again,
yes.
Was it Jennifer who told you it started happening again, or was it
I
Rob
have the same thing
telling you that it happened again?
No, it was text messages from Jamie.
Jamie.
Yes, again that basically the pattern of the abuse then what started was on the weekends. Jeremy would show up about midnight to 1 a.m. on Friday. They would take Jennifer away, him and Jamie. They would leave usually for the weekend and be gone until usually Sunday morning.
Now, these weekend trips, if we can call them that, were they a lot of times related to special days, days that meant something to Jamie? Some of them.
When it first started out, just every weekend, the weekends that it got bad were special days. When we saw the emails yesterday about the wedding one, that was, I believe, was their wedding anniversary. So that was a very bad day. That's the one, I believe, where I had emailed after Rob, where she needed to recover for a week, and at that point, Jennifer even told me on the phone that, Jamie called Rob.
You got to remember, John,
to cover for work that week because we're COVID, so they're doing a lot of Zoom stuff. And so Jennifer told me that Jamie actually called Rob and said, "Hey, Jennifer can't come to work. Can you help cover for her this week? She's sick." And that's when I had wrote that in my email to Rob.
Was there also a birthday of Jamie's that, or am I incorrect in that?
No, yeah, that was another bad day. That I believe that one was in May. Was his birthday? For special days for him. After that, I didn't know any of these dates leading up to it. So it wasn't until after the events happened, then I started to put the pattern together. It was the wedding anniversary was a really bad day. His special wedding, birthday gift was a really bad day. So yes.
You saw that pattern out, but she would mention to you that it was his birthday, or she would mention to you that it was like an anniversary when it happened, right?
Yes.
At the time.
Yes.
So Jeremy gets involved, and he's part of this gang, I guess, right? That you believe that, right? You believe this.
Yes, sir. Because Jennifer was telling me this. From my understanding, what Jennifer told me then too is Jeremy was into this kind of stuff from years ago in Phoenix. He would do this kind of thing, essentially with adults. And, that's why he kind of led, I saw it as Jeremy kind of leading the way through these multiple gang rapes.
Now, a lot of times in emails or text, or especially in emails sometimes, you use the term something was sent to you, or you sent something. Was that always through email, or could you also send things through text and be sent to you through text?
The majority of it was just through text. The majority of the stuff
I want to know what the
was
special
sending
birthday gift was.
through text messages.
So sometimes in those emails when it says so-and-so sent me something, it didn't mean that it was necessarily through an email.
No, sir.
Actually, most of the time it was through a text.
Yes, sir.
Was it a naked picture?
No, I think it was like the bondage gear that he bought.
He bought bondage gear?
Oh yeah, they were like all
this all March, we're in March, April.
Did he get a ball
May, and then
Sadly, no, but he did get.
She
wrote him about having a 7-guy swing around, and the next message is.
So he was all for it. He's like, yeah, let's get 6 other guys in here. Why not?
No, but see, her husband did that to her allegedly, and then he wrote, "Yeah, I got your vibrator." So,
she's like, cool.
Yeah, cool. She just said I was raped by 7 guys. Great. Sorry, Yusuf.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
And everyone, just a little heads up.
Whip things and a paddle and like all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, a little heads up because my back is killing me now. When he's they're going on break, I'll shut down my stream. Mo will be putting a link into the description on both our channels. Press that, and then Mo will do the rest of it. I won't put mine on because I have to go lay down. But we'll do this finished, and then everyone will be sent over. I can't send you over there because I'm not big enough. It's only like 8 people that could do it. And then follow the link and go to Mo's.
It started to die down.
You have to go into each of our channel. No, you're not a mod at my. Can someone steal the links at Mo's and put it in? Because then
Oh,
don't
I was
see-
about to try to do it, but I don't know if I can.
No, you're not a wrench. Because
Oh, well,
then I have to find you and wrench you.
I will. I will post it.
After it seemed
I
like
always
after
wanted to be wrenched.
Jamie's birthday was a big day.
Mr. Mo
A
is a
couple
big guy, I
weekends
don't.
was more of Jeremy, and then it seemed to die off in the middle of the summer time frame. Jeremy wasn't coming around every weekend anymore at the time frame. So it seemed like it was a pause, and it got better. But in those weekends and before there, you saw the emails
Intentionally.
yesterday. That's when Rob was
There, it's
really
in the
involved.
link.
He was calling
Or it's in the
Jamie.
chat.
He had
Thank
set
you.
up where he was going to maybe possibly come down to Dallas to stay for a week and stuff. So,
Several
it got
times.
better. So I thought it was like maybe finally Jamie got it out of the system.
When did it start up again?
I can't mod her when
Uh,
she's
Trying to
not
remember
writing
all
in
the
my
dates,
chat.
How do you remember it starting back up again?
When Jeremy showed back up, I think it was July some time frame. We saw the email yesterday when I was freaking out to Rob. Jeremy's back. So we had those good weeks in there where it was not much, and then I flipped out because Jeremy was back in the picture and started taking it away from the house again.
Have we confirmed that any of this is true? What she's telling him?
Would it be August
No,
16th?
not
You're saying
one
July. Is it
single
possible
bit
it
of
was
it.
August 16th?
So it's all made up.
Yeah.
That's
You
what
have
we're-
to understand. It's just like Chandler Henderson. She made two burner email accounts, one in her husband's name, one in Rob's name. She used her daughter's phone to contact him because she couldn't use her own phone because then he would punish her. And she grabbed stuff off the internet and sent him to prove the abuse she was subject to.
Did
So
she use ChatGPT to develop the
Well,
emails?
here's the
I
thing. She
wish-
was convicted and she admitted to sending him fake pictures and stuff. So, if she admitted to all that, then how are they?
She's
trying-
worse than him. He's dumb. She's
Yeah.
evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's fine to say, well,
This guy shouldn't get life.
No, and that's what they're going for. It's the real defense, and they have been straightforward, and it has been a really, really good trial to watch because it's been going really fast. We haven't even the experts. We had 3 experts in 1 hour. It was amazing.
Wow.
So, I mean, I was going off of trying to yesterday. I mean, my memory isn't the greatest.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I'm sorry, my memory isn't the greatest.
It was in the summer.
Yes, sir.
Was this around the time that she went to Las Vegas with Jamie?
I believe Vegas was in September when they went to Vegas.
So in August, Jeremy came back in the picture, and you believe that there was multi.
Yes, I mean that I was getting more text messages, from Jamie on Jen's phone. That's when he sent me some more of those emails, and I believe that's when those pics that he sent of actually, all the bruising and marks that he was putting on her.
We'll talk about those pictures a little bit later.
Yes.
Eventually, you came to find out that they were old pictures, right?
Well, not until, what was it, October of 2021?
Yeah, but eventually you found out. But at this point, you think they're real.
They are, yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, some of the pictures were real,
Ye-
the injuries that she had, correct?
Yes, I came to find out that they were old automobile accidents that she had years prior. But yeah, those pictures were real. Those were really her in the picture with those bruises, just not. She didn't receive them the way she told me she was receiving them.
In fact, you found out that one of the pictures of the lip cut was a stock photo from Google.
Yes, sir.
I'm the one that have to show you that, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
So in August, it starts up again.
Cross will be interesting.
The abuse.
Yes.
And then does it go all the way through September, or does it die down for a little bit?
No, once Jeremy came back into that picture, it stayed pretty constant. He was there. Jeremy was involved until till they took off from Vegas. When they came back from Vegas, it was just Jamie by himself, but he was doing more to her personally. That's when it started to get worse.
No, you were led to believe such
At
things.
this time, is this around the time that you weren't able to contact Rob anymore? Or when did that stop happening? Do you recall?
I mean, I don't recall. I mean, I know eventually it's like his email died off. So yes.
As a matter of fact, it was reflected in some of the emails to Jennifer that, hey, I've been trying to get a hold of Rob, and I haven't heard anything back.
Correct.
So September, again, the arc of abuse.
Sybil
started
Shepherd
to
is
go
not
away.
having any of this.
And you're learning that the abuse is starting to happen more often.
Yes.
When around this time, when did you first hear or find out or were told that Jamie had snapped and that he had cut her hair?
Like my name being used. Freaking me out.
She told me that it had happened. It was after Vegas when they came back. One of his things then too was Jamie would start taking her into the bathroom, pushing her down on her knees and making him perform fellatio on Jamie. He started threatening her with scissors to cut her hair, and eventually he ended up cutting it.
So that concerned you, obviously.
Yes, I mean, even in the emails we did, Jennifer and I, her hair was special to me. I would brush her hair. I learned how to, she taught me how to braid.
What?
Why?
Way back when we were dating.
Jesus.
Something, skills that, I had 5 daughters. It carried on. So when I would braid my daughter's hair, again, too, I would think of Jennifer. But so her hair was kind of important to me.
Probably thought of
So,
16-year-old
him cutting
Jennifer.
it
Be
was
clear.
hurtful to me.
And did Jennifer know this, that was important to you?
Oh yes, I even in my emails that I sent her, I even
Do we have any
described
video of this
how,
woman
you know,
talking?
I
No,
learned
we
how
have
to
video
braid
of
from
her
her and braided
screaming
my
after her
daughter's
husband
hair.
was
She taught me how to
unalive.
French braid. That's what the girls use for soccer and softball.
Or like in court or anything?
Not only did I do my girls' hair, but
What's her name?
some of
No.
my teammates.
I haven't.
So
You can see her in a TV interview.
About the haircut, actually, it was over the phone that time because she broke down. It actually had happened a couple of days, and then she finally, when she called me on the phone one day, was Darrin, I got to tell you something. And I was surprised. I was like, well, what happened? And he's like, he cut my hair, and she was crying. And I'm like, stop. What do you mean? And then she explained to me what was happening.
And then it escalated past his cutting hair, right?
Yeah, the next big thing then too was then he took her from doing fellatio in the bathroom.
Yeah.
They have a swimming pool and a hot tub. He took her to the hot tub and pushed her
Wait a
down
minute.
under
Your
the
husband
water
asked you to go
and
to the hot
made her
tub with
perform
him?
that way.
That's upsetting.
And
Yeah.
at one point, Jennifer told me she woke up with Jamie over him, pushing on her chest, giving him CPR to bring her back.
And this is after Las Vegas.
Had to drown
Yes,
her in
sir.
the hot tub?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
because,
His member was so large that he
No, sir.
He said, "Don't breathe, just fellatio."
I had gave her my word months ago.
Yeah, because it's totally normal when he has to bring
she
you back to
didn't
life.
want Amber.
The
She
pink
didn't want to
product
hurt
taste.
Amber. I kept trying to, reach out to Rob, not getting any response. I was
Never do
lost. I was
French
ramping up. It was. Yeah.
So, and also, by her telling you, was she still telling you that she still wouldn't cooperate with the police?
Correct.
And she would still deny it?
Yeah.
Even though it was getting worse?
Even though it was getting worse.
So that takes us into, take a break down to sure.
So, everyone, thank you all for joining me. But sitting this long has killed my back, and you all know her, you all love her. We have Mo to do the heavy lifting in the afternoon. She has competent help in Jamie. Dave
Oh,
will
I was
probably
gonna
be
say,
there
and
too if he's not
yes.
swept away on the big seas of getting famous.
What
And
now?
and
Yeah, no,
We're just the
I'll,
little people. I
I'll be there
actually
for a
sent
minute.
a link
Actually, I was
this
working
time.
on. I wanted to do like a what you purchase and then how it shows up on Wish sort of thing with this woman, but that's not working out.
yeah, you can do the smash and pass over on Mo's channel because this is the highbrow channel. Mo is the more.
Is it
She
not?
has Salbert on a lot. That's we love you,
I
Salbert.
do.
Yeah, Salvador adds credibility to any stream.
Yeah,
It really
so
does.
And where are
everyone,
you now? Hurry up. We got to get you on.
thank you so much, and we have to because they're already back from break. And Twisted, he gets all kinds of funny when we are not on time. So I'm gonna shut down. Everyone, all
Yes.
30 of you, will be joining us over at Mo's channel in a bit. She has made a new stream. The links have been in the description. Someone please pop it in again. Go over, follow Mo, give her a little love in the like, subscribe, and all the stuff we do. And give her some watch hours because we're going to get into the smixiness now. And I'll go to bed and
God.
enjoy that part.
Yes.
See you
Okay.
all.
Well, yes.
Jamie, behave yourself.
Bye.
See you all.